Hello, hello. Testing, 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 testing. Yo, yo, yo. What the hell is going on with this? Can you hear me now? Now you can hear me? What happened? What the hell? This is ridiculous. I'm going to need to hook up with Twizzle and figure out why this keeps happening. This is weird. Very weird. Anyway, hey, hey, hey. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you. Happy Tuesday. It is great to be here with you guys. Sorry about yesterday, guys. There was a bit of bad news that came through my wife's family. She lost a family member in a very harsh way. So that's why. And I was going to go live last night, but it got later and later and later. So you got me today. Sorry. Anyway, what's up? What's up? What's up? 89 beautiful peeps in here. Let's see who is giving us the gracefulness to be here with us today. It looks like we got Miss Pamela Polly Pepper in the house. Again, Miss Kells, welcome back to you. Rach, good to see you, my dear. Sweet Surrender, how are you? How are you? Good to see you today. The lovely Miss Annie Ruler's in the house. Thank you for that, Annie. I'll explain here in a few. Dinky, my brother, good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Twizzle Stick, what is going on, my brother? It is so great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I'm glad you're here, actually. Let me see. Shelly Steer, welcome back to you. Welcome. Good to see you. Eddie is in the house, folks. One maiden nut. Welcome, brother. Good to see you today. Let me see here. Looks like Evie Marie, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us. Doodlebug is in the house. What's going on? Rowena Moses, thank you for joining us today. Party of Fives in the house. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you today. Thank you, Rach. And all of you guys. Guys, if you don't mind, let me know where you're tuning in from. I love seeing it. If you don't mind, I'd love to see where you guys are coming from today. Sweet Surrender in the house again. Let's see. Chris Dohaney, thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Bombshell, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to have you in the house with all of us today on this rainy, crazy Tuesday today. We got some crazy stuff to look at now. Rita Boston, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see here. Kells, of course, always a pleasure. Got me stumped? You got me stumped. Welcome to you. Great to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Randy Furr, what's going on, brother? Good to have you here. Bernadette Thomas, once again, welcome. Good to see you. Always happy to see you. Dinky, always happy. Rita Boston, yes, I've seen you. Optum, CSS, thank you for joining us. Tomboy Charm, welcome back to you. Miss Kim Marin, what a pleasure. We don't get to see you often, but thank you for joining us today. Deborah Thompson, same for you. Great to see you all here today. Brandy B, what's going on, my dear? Good to see you in the house. Liz Rodriguez, thank you for joining us today. Keeper, True Crime, and Paranormal. What's going on? Justice Informed. Thank you for joining us today. Some new names and faces in here. I always love seeing it, guys. Always love seeing it. Let's see here. Moonlit Baby, what's going on? Good to see you. Hold on. We're almost at the top here. Samira Dalby, thank you for joining us. Nat Cat, welcome back to you. Thank you for being here. Lisa R. in the house. What's going on? Good to see you. I think that did it for that end of things. Deception dismantled. What is going on? How are ya? Good to see ya. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. Miss Zelda's in the house. Always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Again, mods, thank you for joining me. As always, you guys are the number one best moderators in YouTube, period. Thank you for joining us today. Come on in, guys. If you will, please leave a little DNA on that like button. As I always say, on your way in the door, I would greatly appreciate that if you could. More than you know. And if you will, leave a comment after the show, if you don't mind. That's appreciated too. Come on down, guys. We got 103 peeps in here. We got 44 likes. Let's make a match, everybody. Let's make that happen and get this out in the algorithm if we can. So very much appreciated. It really is. And I'm grateful to be back with you guys. I missed you guys over the weekend. Like I said yesterday, we had some bad news come through, and I just kind of needed to hang loose with my wife. Just a bad scenario. Not very cool. Party of Five says, Dago, do you know what withdrawals I go through when you're not on? But I get it. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. That makes me, I mean, in a way, that makes me feel good because it makes me know that you guys want me here and that you do miss me when I'm not. So thank you for that. Just breathe. Miss Sylvia's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Bombshell to you as well. You guys, with your name changes and stuff, I keep getting lost. It's okay. I understand. Yes, I did do the little trim and dye job, and that's okay, Justice. Thank you. Like I said, it was a cousin. She was close to her when they were younger. It was just, it's weird because her uncle, which is this girl's father, passed too the same way. And it was by their own hand. Okay. If you know what I'm saying. And it's just very traumatic to think about why and how. I mean, she was our age, roughly, and something's just not right. So, and with this one, my wife is very uncomfortable. And she's even actually said that she doesn't feel comfortable saying that she did it, if that makes sense to you guys. So, that's all right, Dinky. I missed you too, brother. Thank you so much, Rita. I feel the same way about all of you. You're all the real deal. And I really appreciate you guys so very much. I absolutely adore this community. If you guys haven't been able to tell by this point, I really do. You guys are amazing people. You are absolutely the beautiful people. Thank you, Deception, so very much. That's all good. I do the same thing when I don't see some of you guys around. I start worrying and I start looking. We got 86 peeps in here with 52 likes. Let's make something happen with that, guys. If we can, please, please. Like I said, today we're looking into something a little different. There was a new document that dropped in Idaho. We're going to check it out and talk about it. I know you guys may have seen it already. I don't know. But it's about the cameras in the courtroom. The defense didn't want them. So what's going to happen is, I am sure you guys, Miss Ashley is in the house. What's going on? Good to see you, Ash. Yes, we're going to talk about it. All right. Because it's a little weird, folks. Basically, the judge has become a content creator. They're going to have their own YouTube channel. They're going to film the hearings and stuff and broadcast it on their own channel. What's that all about? It's a little weird. I'm thinking, but at the same time, I can understand, because they were saying The last time he talked about allowing cameras, he said he wanted to have full control and take control of it. That I did not do, Firefly. That is not true. That's not what I did. I didn't do it, and I didn't want you to leave there, but um, you was gone. So I appreciate you being here either way. Ashley, thank you, Justice. I appreciate. I did cut my own hair again, and I did this little just for men thing. One of my kids decided I needed it just as a joke, but I'm like, hey, whatever, let's try it out. I know a few people don't like it, but whatever. I feel a little younger right now, is what it is. I'll be 49 Thursday. Cynthia Girardi, thank you. And thank you for that. So yeah, I'm a little bit thrown with this whole thing with the Idaho YouTube thing. And then finally, the transcripts have been dropped or released, I should say, in Delphi, and we need to talk about that too. Thank you, Ash. I appreciate it. Um, Noni, what's going on, McPod? Noni McPoppins in the house. Yes, I do agree that Discord is very, very evil. It can be in a lot of ways. It's a nice thing if it's done right, but it can be a lot of problems, unfortunately. Just Peachy, what's going on? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you. Will the stream be live? I'm not sure. That's a good question, Bombshell. I don't know if they'll be doing it live. As we're there, or if they're doing the court hearing, or if it's going to be something we're going to get after the fact. I mean, either way, I'm kind of grateful that it's still going to be going on. But at the second point, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing because they can control how they film it. And Judge has been saying for months, stop filming the defendant, stop focusing on the defendant, and they're not doing it. So, maybe that's how it works. I don't know. I don't know. Welcome everybody. It's just jumping in. Walt Harris, what's going on? I have not, my friend. That's new for me. I've been to Edinburgh. I'm not too far from that actually. But I have never heard of that. Great look, FYAA. Children inspire and keep us young. My granddaughters keep me in check. That's fact. That is a fact. Thank you, Optum. Well, that should never happen either, Bombshell. And here's the thing, guys. I'm trying to keep my Discord up and running. I really am. But it's been more of a pain in the ass for me than anything. Excuse the language, but it has. It's really been a pain in the ass. And I just I'm keeping it open for just a handful of people. And if it still can't come together at some point, it's going to be shut down completely. I'm just tired of it. I cannot go one whole day, and it's nothing against the people that are in there. It's not them, okay? But I can't go one entire day away from there, just living my own life without there being some sort of something. You know what I mean? So it's just it may be just easier. Thank you, Noni. I appreciate that. Thank you. I got you, Rita. I got you. It is. It is drama. It's always been drama in some form. There's always been some kind of drama. I can go in there at 1:39 p.m. and look, and everybody's happy and go lucky and everything's going on just fine. And at 1:41, I can go back in and it's exploding internally. And it's like, what the hell just happened? And it's here's what the problem is with Discord, folks, that I've come to the conclusion of myself. I don't personally have problems in there ever. I never have. Okay. But I'm also the type of person that does not like to text people. And I don't like to type to people. I like to talk because I've always said, and ever since phones have become a thing, texting has become a thing, that I've never been a big fan of it because it's not emotional. There's no emotions shown in texting or typing. So I can type a message to somebody like, you know, for instance, I can type this message right here in the Discord chat or in the chat. Hey, you, big bold letters with exclamation points. Now, one person could take that as being, Dago's mad. Or why is Dago yelling at us? Or the other person that knows me knows that I type in caps all the time because I have bad eyes. Thank you, Bugsy, and welcome. And Carolyn, good to see you, hun. And that's the problem. People take certain comments that are in Discord as being something that they're really not. And then they get mad. Or I'm not gonna hit you, Chris. But that's what I'm saying. You see what I mean? That's the good point there. You can't tell. There's no emotion on text behind texting or typing. It's and people take it the wrong way a lot of times. And in turn, it turns into this whole big thing when it was really something stupid. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Edward. That is exactly what I'm saying. Text leaves the door open to misunderstandings and complete miscommunication. And it does it a lot. I've noticed by going back through my Discord and looking at it that like somebody will come to me and say, well, this person said this and this and this, and I'm pissed now, and I want to do this and that, and I'm leaving. Bye. I didn't even get to speak one word. There was no conversation. But they're gone. Okay. What's up? Brian, Bra guys in the house, and Groot, good to see you too. I love you, Brian. Good to see you here. So then I'll go to another person. I'll be like, hey, what the hell happened here? What's this all about? Why, this and that? And I'll look at the conversation that was typed. And I'm like, oh, okay. So this person thought this, and that person thought this, and this and that, and everything else. Hence the name. My Discord has been retitled multiple times, Dago's Daycare, because it is. Okay. And the people that are in there right now that have been in there, they're good people. Everybody that's ever been in there are good people. Okay. But a miscommunication one time can turn into something horrendous. It's the pit of hell in some senses, folks, because there's so many arguments, disagreements, relationships that have been ruined, this, that, and everything else, because somebody takes one thing one way, somebody takes it another way, and this person's mad, that person's not, this and that. And I'm just over it all. I like the Discord because I can see the people from the community that have become members that are in there. They enjoy it. They like hanging out. And there's recipes that are shared and pictures of animals that are shared. So on and so forth. I didn't know that, Salty, so I'm glad that you did, because I didn't. It's new to me. So anybody that did know that, that's awesome. I did not, so my apologies. That's just a little crazy to me that, but in a way, like I said, as far as that goes, I think that it's a good thing because he can control it, which it needs to be done. That's why we haven't been able to get. We've had all these problems with the cameras for this reason and that reason. 99% of the time, it's because they're focusing on Brian Koberger. It's kind of dumb, the man. I was watching a hearing one time where the man said, literally, do not focus on the defendant. Keep your camera pointed at me, straight ahead, and everything will be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the camera went and turned right towards Brian and stayed there the whole time. I mean, come on, guys. This is why there's problems. The man is a judge. It's his courtroom. It's his rules. it's disrespectful not to follow him. So at this point, he's decided to just, you know, I'm going to do it my way. I'll have full control of how it's done and run it through my channel. They're going to watch it in my channel. That's how it works. So it's interesting. It's very interesting. It's like I said, it's probably a good idea. Hopefully that there's nothing clipped or cut from it, and we can get the whole deal from it, which I'm sure we will. So we'll see. Now, on the other hand, like I said, guys, we had talked about last week Delphi and those transcripts that Judge Gall did not want to release. I'm not mad about it. That's the thing. I don't care. Like I said, I think it's a good thing. I think it's an absolute good thing because he has full control of it. I don't think it's a big deal at all. We'll get to see everything we need to see. And that's fact. Everybody wants full transparency, so on and so forth. It's either that or we don't get it at all, guys, and we don't see anything that goes on. I'd rather have this. I think it's great. Because there's no way that the other, channels that go in there and film can screw it up because he's the one running it now. Oh, sorry, Brian. I hope you can get it working, buddy. Yeah, that's true. The Stouch case did have the same setup, and it worked. It worked. There was no problems with it. So I agree with Ashley. I think it's genius. Best way to do it because then there's no problems. There's no, no worries about it being, the wrong way to do it, I guess, for lack of better terms. Twizzle's finally going to make it. He's supposed to be going to the hearing when it happens, the trial. I hope you got things worked out, buddy. Get yourself a good vehicle. Okay, Daguchi's in the house. Good to see you. You're in Pullman now. All right. So you moved then. Okay. Good for you, buddy. Good for you. Unless you forget the time. I'm sure that there'll be somebody that's in charge of doing that. So I'm not worried about that. But like I said, North Carolina Mountain Man, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. American Princess, welcome to you. Good to have you here. Sherry Ann, welcome back. That's exactly how I look at it, too. I think he's doing a great thing by this. He's teaching the media a lesson. Yeah. Throw glitter on it. Good to see you. You know what? I don't think he cares. He probably doesn't even monetize himself. Honestly, he probably didn't even monetize himself, to be honest with you. I don't know how many subscribers he has. I mean, we can look at it, but it's not that important to me. It's really not. We have one thing without the other. We can't have both. Willie, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. We just got to accept things for what they are in some senses and just go forward with it, guys. It is what it is. We got people upset because we can't watch the trial because there's no cameras and this and that and everything else. Then they come to a agreement on something. The man figures out something we can do, and then there's people that are upset about it. It's like, come on, guys, let's be happy about something. And that's what I said. That's what I said. I highly doubt the man's going to be monetized. He doesn't care about that stuff. He really doesn't. It's through the court, guys. Not just him personally. It's through the court. Then T, what's going on? 2,500 subs. Okay, gotcha. Yes, that's a good point, Josie. Thank you for joining us today, by the way. Yeah, like I said, I'm just happy that we're going to be able to see it, guys. We should be grateful for that. Period. That's my opinion. Pammy B, what's going on to you? Lynn T, welcome. Dakota Parker, good to see you. I have a question for you. By who and how are your members only emojis made? I think Mama Bear and Molly are the ones that mess around with the emoji thing because I don't know anything about that. And I don't think either one of them are here right now. Mama's working. I think Molly might be sleeping. Reverend Cynthia, good to see you. Is it going to be live streamed or edited? See, that's what my question was. I'm hoping that it will be live. Okay. I hope it's live. But even if it's not, whatever it ends up being, hopefully we get what we're supposed to get. Thank you so very much for that. Zelda gifted a membership, and it looks like Josie was gifted. Hey, welcome to the sauce, Josie. Great to have you here. Another meatball in the house. All right, Gene Del Rio, thank you for joining us today. And I want to thank all you guys that are here that are true supporters of this channel, and true supporters of me, I guess we could say. I really appreciate that more than you know, because there's some people that come in here that, and it doesn't make sense to me, but they come in here, they don't even like me, but they come in here anyway. Um, and they don't truly support this channel, myself, or the community itself. And that doesn't make sense to me. And I don't really care for that. But, if you're going to be here, that's fine, as long as you behave yourself. What's up, Todd? Straight from the horse's mouth. Good to see you, buddy. Good to have you here. Yes, everything is safe, my friend. What was I going to say here? Yes, Miss Ashley's been a member for 4 months. It just didn't move up. So again, Miss Ashley, thank you for rejoining. I appreciate you so very much. And I appreciate all of you meatballs coming on in here to hang out, spill a little bit of sauce with us every day when we do it. It is appreciated. Now, let's see here. Thank you, Dinky. I appreciate you, brother. Very much so, as I have yours, my friend. Yeah, that's the way I look at it too, Rita, and I appreciate that. So again, thank you all, the true supporters of the channel and of myself that are in here and this community. You guys are a part of this community. Yes, Brandy. But you always do anyway, so it's no big deal. And I just want you to know that I do appreciate you all very much. Very, very much. And we got 149 people in here, 76 likes. Let's break that, guys, and make that 100 so we can get out in the algorithm, please, if we can. That's amazing to me. There she is. Miss Kim Marin has been a member of this community for 13 months, folks. A year and a month. That is amazing, Kim. And we love you very much. Very, very much. That's exciting to me. Just like Mama Bear. Mama Bear and Kim came over around the same time, right along with Molly and Miss Sherry, who isn't feeling real well. I'm hoping that's probably why she's not here. I think that she was kind of down and out a little bit yesterday. Everybody's been getting sick, and that's crazy. I hope you guys are all feeling better. Cincha Girardi, I am so okay. All right, Miss E Lucky, good to see you. There's Miss Sherry. I didn't even see you. I'm so sorry. I hope you're feeling better, Miss Sherry. Wisdom Speaks, another one. They've been here for a long time, folks, and they're just they are this channel as far as I'm concerned. I appreciate you all so very much, and I hope you're feeling better, Sherry. I really do. It is cold out. That's a fact, Twizzle. Unbelievable though, Kim. 13 months. Love it. Love it. Bugsy, good to see you. Thank you, Miss Zelda, once again for that. I appreciate you so very much. Once again, thank you to all of you that have ever donated to that. That, guys, goes to keeping me up and running every day that I'm out here. That's how I do it. And that's fact. Regardless of what anybody has to say about it, I don't care. And I appreciate you all so much to do that. So thank you for that once again. Very, very much. Looks like Miss Ashley gifted a membership. Miss Annie Ruler got it. Congrats to you, Annie Ruler. Welcome to the sauce again. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you Ashley, we love you so very much. Brian's an old meatball. I wouldn't say old, Brian. Now, come on. Be nice to yourself. We love you, buddy. So, like I said, obviously, Judge has had a YouTube account for a while now. I just didn't know about it because I've never looked into it, never talked about it, never heard about it. But again, thank you for the information, Salty, that it's been around a while. I appreciate that. But again, guys, it gives us the option to be able to watch at some point I was thinking we weren't going to see it. That would bother me. So we're going to talk about that a little bit when we look at the document. The next scenario, we've been talking for a while now. Last week, we got into the Delphi stuff a lot, talked about this and that, and there were some transcripts that there was a meeting that happened between Judge Gall and Richard Allen's defense team behind closed doors. Obviously, it was recorded by the court stenographer or whatever, or whoever recorded it. There were transcripts from it, okay? And it was requested that those came out. She didn't want them to come out for some reason, and that's what we've all been kind of talking about. Like, why? What's the big deal? If there's nothing to hide, if you have nothing to worry about, why just not hand that over without fail? She didn't. She didn't want to. What's up, Duke? Good to see you, brother. And Amy, thank you for joining us. So I think that's where we all got a little bit stepped up, but we're backed up like, whoa, what's the big deal? Why are we not wanting to hand these over? What's the problem? And that being said, it turned into a big deal. Well, they forced her to hand them over now, and now she's done it per se. And thank you very much, Shelly. Appreciate that. Good to see you again. Appreciate you. But again, that being said, now it proves, as we're going to talk about, that they didn't want to step aside. They were forced to, basically. She was basically going to make them look criminal if they didn't step down. It's blackmail, folks. In my opinion, it's blackmail. I'm sorry, but and why a judge does not have the right to blackmail anyone. And that's what it is to me, is blackmail. And I don't care what other people think. It just is. Thank you, Bonnie. Good to see you. It is absolute blackmail, folks. And anybody that disagrees with me, look at it again. When you take somebody into a room, just you and that person, and you say, listen, you're either going to step away from this case, or I'm going to make you look like a complete total idiot and make it and put out all of this stuff, and you'll look like a criminal. So what's your take on that? Well, anybody's going to go, okay, this is my livelihood we're talking about here. If I look like a criminal, nobody's going to hire me, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to step down against everything I believe in. I'm going to step down. It's blackmail. That's a judge doing that, folks. It's blackmail. Give me an effing break. This is crazy. She needs to be gone. Out the door. Bye. See ya. Go. It's insane. She's the criminal. That's my point. That's exactly how I feel. Thank you, Lynn. That's exactly how I feel. She's a criminal. I'm sorry, but it's gross. Which tells me that Richard Allen has, if this judge stays on this case, you guys, Richard Allen has this much of a chance to have a fair trial. And then we'll take some away from that too. Okay. It is. Welcome, Heather. It's completely disgusting. And it makes me, I've been wondering, okay, I know that things have come out across this channel at times. It is what it is. And I don't care what anybody thinks anymore. I don't. That have been somewhat conspiracy-like, okay? Because I give people the option to speak their minds and their feelings about certain things. I believe people have the freedom of their own minds. Some people don't like that. Well, whatever, okay? And because I've allowed that, certain things have come through this channel that have come off as being conspiracy-like. And I'm not a big fan of conspiracy, but I have to wonder, as much as I probably don't want to say this, if this judge is very possibly linked to something that has to do with this Odinism stuff. Because if she's not, what other reason could she possibly have to be fighting against all these other things? Don't tell me it's just pride. I mean, maybe it is pride. You know, she thinks she's better than everybody, but damn, anybody else that looks at this is going to think that maybe she's got some kind of a link to this somehow. I hate saying that and hate thinking that because this is a judge. We want to trust in our judicial system. We want to trust in the people that we put in those positions. But damn, enough is enough, you know? Andy Kane's in the house. Tattletale, good to see you. I respect that, Andy. He very well could be. I have my own personal feelings about that, but you know, everybody has the right to their opinion, and I do respect that as well, Andy. That he very well could be him. Okay. I know what's going on with these things. I need better earplugs or phones or something. Bonnie M. So we're gonna get to that. It's gonna be the second half of the show, guys. Is when we get into the Delphi stuff. I'm gonna hurry up and cover the document in Idaho to show you what it's all about, and then from there we'll move on to Delphi and talk about it. There's a lot more to talk about with that in the Delphi thing. It really it's crazy. Judge-based decision on findings she made without an evidentiary hearing. And again, which is true, thank you, Salty. And again, Richard Allen should have been able to take place in that hearing as well. It's his right, and he wasn't. Something is dirty. It's dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty. That's all dirty. It needs scrubbed out bad. Best thing to do, get rid of her. That's my opinion. Not everybody's going to think the same way, but that's my opinion. So anyway, let me pull this document up here and get us rolling on this. Real quick here. And explain this to you. Like I said, a lot of you guys probably saw this already. And if you didn't, or if you did, my apologies for having to show it to you again. Yeah, Kels, that's an understatement. Biggest shit show I've seen yet. That's back. Boom. It's Lodge in charge. Okay. So this was, again, the order denying second motion to intervene and granting the defendant's motion to remove media cameras from the courtroom. Introduction. This order addresses the motion. Oop, hold on, guys. I found them. Yes, I did. I might be able to see this. How about that one? Alzilla, son of Gaia. What's up, y'all? Welcome. Good to see you. Oh, I absolutely agree. Crooked is not even the word, Ash. Okay, so this order addresses the motion to remove cameras from. Oh, whoa. Maybe I made it a little too big. I guess I don't. Okay, whatever. That's my opinion, too. Absolutely. Absolutely. She needs to answer for the things she's done and then be disbarred, in my opinion, because this is dirty. That's the problem, guys. Our justice system is so screwed up as it is. Jesse Lynn, welcome. Good to see you, dear. We don't need judges now making it worse, okay? Especially in a case like this. So anyway, back to Idaho here real quick. This order addresses the motion to remove cameras from the courtroom filed by defendant Brian C. Koberger on August 24th of 2023. On September 6, 2023, the state responded to Koberger's motion requesting that the court prohibit cameras in the courtroom, both still and video, at a minimum during trial and during any other court proceedings at which victims might be called to testify. State rep response to defendant's motion to remove cameras from the courtroom at 3. On August 30th, a coalition of 14 media outlets that will be collectively referred to as the Associated Press filed a second motion to intervene in the case. Motion to intervene at FN. Now, this was the motion, the Associated Press, Radio, Television, Digital News Association, blah, blah, blah. This is all of them, guys. Okay. Order denying second motion to intervene and granting defendant's motion to remove media cameras from the courtroom. And for those of you that are curious as to why the hell Brian would care, think about it. I've talked about it time and time again. Welcome, Mike D. Good to see you, buddy. Because there's been nothing but a smear campaign. We've seen the stupidest shit put out, guys. They'll focus on Brian, and if his zipper's down, they make something out of it on his pants. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. They make him look worse than he already does. Okay? The man is a suspect in a quadruple homicide case. We don't need anything else than what they've already done. But they make ridiculous things out of nothing. Well, he looked at his attorney a certain way. He's thinking sexually about her. I mean, come on, you guys. It's bullshit. That's what it's all about. That's why. Welcome, B Slims. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that's why he doesn't want them in there. As if he already has, he doesn't have much of a chance as it is. Okay. And based on how the public sees him is what I'm saying. So let's add more to that. That's what it is. Yeah, they literally, Willie's right. They literally focus on his nose twitches. It's dumb AF. I agree. Stupid. They mean something because he does this. People have gotten beyond carried away with this. So in turn, him and his attorneys say, I don't want cameras in there. I look bad enough as it is. Give me a chance. Hey, welcome, Ray. That's what this is all about, just so you guys know. Okay, so on September 8th, sorry guys, 2023, the Associated Press, God, I can't talk today, filed an opposition to motion to remove cameras from the courtroom. The Associated Press argues that continuing to allow audiovisual coverage of the proceedings is the only way to ensure that many community members affected by these crimes throughout the University of Idaho, Moscow, the state of Idaho, and the cities in which the victims' family members reside have an opportunity to see and hear the proceedings for themselves. True. Interveners' opposition to motion to remove cameras from I guess that was supposed to be from the courtroom at 2. For the reasons stated below, the court grants Koberger's motion to remove cameras from courtroom as it pertains to the cameras, both still and video, operated by the media. However, the court will continue to allow the proceedings to be videoed by court-operated camera system. This will help to alleviate the concerns raised by both the defense and the state. But at the same time, will ensure the public still has access to see the proceedings for themselves if they cannot attend hearings in person, such as family members that can't see this or so on and so forth, guys. Now we have, 1 second, folks. I'm sorry. This is my wife. All right, everybody, my apologies. That was the boss just checking on me. So moving on. Um, on November 13th of 2022, four University of Idaho students, Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernoodle, and Ethan Chapin were found deceased in Goncalves, Mogan, and Kernoodle's off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. The cause of death for each was ruled a homicide. As news of the tragedy broke, media outlets from around the country descended upon Moscow. As law enforcement investigated, news stations, newspapers, and social media were flooded with stories and speculation about the homicides. On December 30th, 2022, Brian Koberger was arrested and charged with 4 counts of murder in the first degree and 1 count of burglary. Again, media outlets descended upon Moscow and news coverage quickly focused on Koberger. What's up, Flow State? Good to see you again, brother. Thank you for joining us again. Cammy Q's in the house. What's going on, Cammy? Good to have you here. All right. Nothing half-assed. Welcome to you. Always great to see all you guys that are just done now jumping in. I appreciate you guys. Again, hit that like button. Leave a little DNA on it if you will. I appreciate that so very much so we can get this out in that algorithm, guys. Love you much, folks. Moving forward, again, now, given the high-profile nature of the case and concerns surrounding Koberger's fundamental right to a fair trial by impartial jury, the parties stipulated the entry of a non-dissemination order on May 1st of 2023. A coalition of 20 media outlets, which encompass the 14 media outlets now at issue, filed a motion to intervene and a motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order at a scheduling conference conducted on May 22nd of 2023. The court asked the parties and the Associated Press to brief the issue of whether cameras should continue to be allowed in the courtroom during proceedings in this case. Oral argument on the issue was heard on June 9th of 2023. The state was represented by William W. Thompson Jr. and Bradley J. Rudley, Latah County Prosecutor's Office. Defendant Brian C. Koberger was represented by Ann C. Taylor and J. W. Logston, Kootenai County Public Defender's Office. Sorry, guys. The Associated Press was, see, something's not right with that. Hold on one second, folks. Here we go. It's a little bit better, maybe. Or that. Then you guys can see my face. Okay. Anyway, not that you want to. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. What's going on? Good to see ya. So, moving on. Okay. The Associated Press was represented by Wendy Olson and Corey Carone. At that time, both the defense and the prosecution were opposed to cameras in the courtroom, especially at trial. Nevertheless, the court reserved its ruling on the issue and has continued to allow cameras operated by the media at all public hearings. As the case has progressed, media coverage, both by legitimate media outlets and journalists and by individuals on social media platforms, continues to be significant nationwide. On August 24th, 2023, the defense filed a motion to remove cameras from courtroom. On August 30th, 2023, the Associated Press filed a second motion to intervene in the case, and on September 8th of 2023, filed in opposition to Koberger's motion. On September 6th of 2023, the state filed a response to Koberger's motion, arguing that cameras should at least be banned during any hearings, including trial, where vulnerable witnesses and or victims are called to testify. On September 13th of 2023, a hearing on Koberger's motion was held. The state, represented by William Thompson Jr., Bradley Rudley, and Jeff Nye and Ingrid Beatty. Koberger was represented again by Ann C. Taylor, J. Logston, and Alyssa Massoth. The Associated Press was represented by Wendy Olson and Corey Carone. The issues that were presented, the first issue pending before this court is whether the Associated Press has a right to intervene in the case to challenge Koberger's motion. For the reasons stated below and articulated on the record at the hearing on September 13th of 2023, The court holds that the Associated Press does not have standing to intervene in the case at this juncture. Nevertheless, the court will allow the Associated Press to participate as an interested media coalition. The next issue is whether the court should exercise its discretion and remove cameras from the courtroom to protect Kohberger's right to a fair trial and to protect vulnerable witnesses and victims who may be called to testify at trial and other hearings. For the reasons stated below, the court will prohibit still video and audio coverage by journalists and the public. However, a court-operated video and audio system will be used to record and stream the proceedings, allowing the media and public access to view and hear for themselves what is taking place in the courtroom. This will alleviate some of the concerns raised by the parties while addressing the media's concerns with removing cameras from the courtroom. Intervention. Welcome, Terry Martin. Good to see you. War Eagle, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today, guys. Okay, back to where we were again. There is not this is the analysis guy, a widespread right of the press or anyone else to routinely intervene in Idaho's criminal proceedings in petition for writ of mandamus or writ of prohibition. Number 50482, 2023, WL 3050829, Idaho, April 24th of 2023. Instead, the Idaho Supreme Court has endorsed a limited right applicable when the trial's court responsibility to balance the Sixth Amendment right of the accused with the First Amendment interests of the media becomes an issue. ID. There is no First Amendment or other constitutional right to record either by audio or visual transmission any court proceedings in Idaho, ICAR 45, as noted by the Ninth Circuit in Radio and Television News Association of South California versus U.S. District Court for Central District of California, 781 F.2D, 1443, 1444, Ninth Circuit, 1986. While the press does enjoy a constitutional interest in access to our criminal courts and criminal justice process, the U.S. Supreme Court described that right only as a right to sit, listen, watch, and report. Emphasis added, citing Richmond newspapers 448 U.S. 555 576 100 South CT 2814 2827 65 L.ed.2D 973 1980 plurality. Because the Associated Press does not have a constitutional right at stake. When it comes to cameras in the courtroom, intervention is not appropriate. Thus, the Associated Press's second motion to intervene is denied. However, the court will treat the Associated Press, why do I keep doing that, Press? The Associated Press like amicus curiae. Amicus curiae, I probably said that wrong, is someone who is not a party to a lawsuit, but who petitions the court or is requested by the court to file a brief in the action because that person has a strong interest in the subject matter. Amicus curiae, Black's Law Dictionary, 11th edition, 2019. Cameras in the courtroom, number 2. In Idaho, the decision to limit, restrict, or prohibit audiovisual coverage at any proceeding is left to the discretion of the judge presiding over the case. I.C.A.R. 45B. Such decisions are not subject to appellate review. ID. The presiding judge maintains the right to limit audiovisual coverage of any public hearing when the interest of the administration of justice requires authorization. May be revoked at any time without prior notice. When in the discretion of the court, it appears that audiovisual coverage is interfering in any way with the proper administration of justice. In a sense, it has been. I.C.A.R. 45A. Few, if any, interests under the Constitution are more fundamental than the right to a fair trial by impartial jurors. Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada 501 U.S 1030 1075 111 South Circuit 2720. 2745 115 LED 2D 888 1991. The U.S. Supreme Court has recognized a defendant's right to a trial by an impartial jury, free from outside influences, in the face of massive, pervasive, and prejudicial publicity. Shepard versus Maxwell, 384 U.S. 3330. 333 335 362 86 South Circuit 1507 1508 1522 16 L Ed 2D 600 1966. Love these numbers, folks. While acknowledging that a responsible press has always been regarded as the handmaiden of effective judicial administration, especially in the criminal field, ID at 350 86 South CT at 1515. The court chastised the trial judge for not taking strong measures to ensure Shepard's right to a fair trial. ID at 362-86 South CT at 1522, while pretrial publicity, even pervasive adverse publicity, does not inevitably lead to an unfair trial. The capability of the jury eventually impaneled to decide the case fairly is influenced by the tone and extent of the publicity. Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, 427 US 539 554 5596 SCT 2791 2800 01 49 L ED 2D 683 1976. Good Lord. Hey, Daisy, what's going on? Sorry. While only the occasional case presents a danger of prejudice from pretrial publicity. Good God, folks. Sorry. Gentile 501 US at 1054 111 SCT at 2734. This case, as recognized by the Idaho Supreme Court, has drawn widespread publicity, garnering worldwide media attention and much speculation. And therefore, pretrial publicity does present a real danger of prejudice in petition for writ of mandamus or writ of prohibition. Idaho, April 24th, 2023. I'm not reading all these numbers anymore. It's driving me nuts. Recognizing the high-profile nature of this case and the extensive coverage it has received, along with the need to minimize possible pretrial prejudice. Again, the smear campaign. Okay, hey, we have to be able to have a biased or non-biased jury when this comes to, trial, folks, and that's where the problem's coming. That's what they're making this part of, okay? Good to see you, Mooch. So, the parties agree that cameras should be prohibited from the courtroom, especially at trial and any other hearings where vulnerable victims and witnesses may be called to testify. ID was noted by Judge Stephen W. Boyce in his memorandum decision and order prohibiting video and photographic coverage in the case of the Vallow Daybell case. Okay. Agreement between the state and defense on any issue in capital case is rare, further confirming to the court the legitimacy and level of concern counsel have raised. The same is true in this case, as demonstrated by some of the examples presented in the defense's motion to remove cameras from courtroom. Media cameras, excuse me, both still and video, have and continue to zoom in and out of Kohberger despite the court's order that images should capture the courtroom in its entirety. As I've said, every time that we see a hearing, the camera is focused on Brian Kohberger and his attorney, mostly him, zooming in and out, taking still pictures of him, making stupid comments as they post these still pictures. Okay, it's ridiculous, folks. It's nothing but a smear campaign against him. Let's make him look worse than he already does. If the man did this and he's guilty of it, then he's going to be found guilty of it. Period. Doing this shit with the cameras isn't going to make anything any better or any worse. I mean, I shouldn't say that because it has made it worse because people, they're putting these stupid things out. Look at this guy. Look how evil he is. Look at the evil in his eyes. I mean, the dude's not even looking any certain way and they're picking it apart. It's ridiculous. Really do. Really, really, really ridiculous. So anyway, at least some of the images are of Koberger entering and exiting the courtroom. This is in direct violation. Where did it go? Of the court's previous directives not to film or take photographs until the court is on the record and to immediately stop recording and taking photographs when the hearing concludes. So they're only allowed to be filming once Brian is sitting down, court is in session, and they have to stop immediately when court has been adjourned. And they don't. They film him coming in before, and they film him leaving afterwards, and anything that goes on with it. They're just not following the rules. It's ridiculous. What's up, Wildfire? I'm sorry about the tongue-tie thing. A lot of words. But anyway, that's what's happening. It just needs to be cut and dry. And this is the judge's order that he said multiple times, and they're just ignoring it. It's stupid. So anyway, at that point, that's why this has gone into effect. So, it is the intense focus on Koberger and his every single move, along with adverse headlines and news articles that leads the court to conclude that continued photograph and video coverage inside the courtroom by the media should no longer be permitted. This step should help to ensure Koberger's right to a fair trial by impartial jury and achieve a proper administration of justice. Additionally, defense counsel has raised continued concerns with the video footage and photographs capturing private documents on counsel table, and that has happened as well. Not good. This is again in violation of the court's directives. The state has also raised issue of vulnerable victims and witnesses being filmed during testimony. At this juncture, the court has no confidence that directives to stop photographing or videoing during such testimony should be adhered to. Further, the duty on the bailiffs within the courtroom to ensure a safe and secure environment is being eclipsed by the burden to monitor media and the public who may be audio recording, videoing, or photographing the proceedings. To be clear, the court is not accusing all journalists and media outlets of violating the court's orders. However, a court-operated video system will give the court greater control over what is being videoed, will lessen the burden on the bailiffs, and will help to alleviate counsel's concerns, and will allow the media and public access to the video footage of the proceedings. In conclusion, folks, for the reasons set forth above, audiovisual coverage of any proceedings in this case will be exclusively done by the court. Media and public are not allowed to video, photograph, audio, record, or otherwise transmit during the proceedings. Future public hearings in this case will be video recorded, and that live video stream will be available for the public and media to view at the court's YouTube channel right there. The court reserves the right to amend or prohibit audio-visual coverage in the future if it is determined that videoing the proceedings is interfering in any way with the proper administration of justice. So ordered this 17th day of November. Boom, boom, boom. Judge, signed. Bing, bang, boom. There it is. And that is the link right there, folks. Okay. Maybe. Hold on. Okay. That's the link for the YouTube channel for it. Now, that is exactly what the deal is all about and why. Excuse me. And I'm going to say, excuse me for 1 second because my coffee ran directly through me. I got to run to the little boys. I'm going to be right back. All right, all right. Sorry about that. Well, I was doing the pee-pee dance all over the place. Crazy, crazy. Drank that coffee too fast. But anyway, here I am. All right. And this is the link to the YouTube channel right here. Okay. I think Miss Sherry posted it in chat for you guys. This is it. Subscribe to it. That way we get everything from it. There's the community page. There's nothing there. There's no lives yet. And there's home. So you're subscribed to it. When it pops up, once you subscribe, boom. That's it. There's another version of it too. Okay. So there it is, Latah County Courthouse. And we will be able to watch the hearing, so on and so forth, when it goes down. I see your. Oh, yeah. There's my G.I. Joes. A lot of you guys probably already are subscribed. Like I said, Salty had put out there that it's been around. I didn't realize that it was not, that it wasn't, that it was already in effect. So, and this is all because people can't follow simple instructions, you guys. I mean, come on. That's what it is. Excuse me. The man asked and said multiple times, "Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this." Well, guess what? They kept doing it. They did what they wanted to do, and now, at some point they were going to take all of it away, and I didn't blame them. And now we're going to get it this way, and I think that it's more than fair, and I'm grateful for that. I really am. This judge is trying to be that judge that goes down in history by changing. I mean, he's going to do it either way, Terry, whether he's trying to or not. It's going to happen. Yes, it is better than the hemorrhoid dance. That's fact, Ashley. Thank you, B Slims. I appreciate that. So again, that's the deal. That's the newest document. That's why. And I absolutely agree with it. I'm happy about it. I think it's genius. It's like Ashley said earlier, it's the best way to do it. He can control how he wants it done. I don't know if we will get it. Good afternoon, mother. Good to see you. I don't know if we will get it live or if we're going to get it after the fact, in an hour or so, just like it was. But we'll see. Either way, we're going to get it. And I'm grateful for that, period. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you. And I'm sure they will, Sherry. I'm sure they'll have good mics, good cameras. Everything will be set the right way it's supposed to be. So, and this way, we don't have to worry about this anymore because the judge will do what he deems to be the way he wants it. He'll control it. We'll get it. There's no argument. There's no worry on the there's no worry on the other side of things. Now, I don't know if we'll get it edited or if we'll just get it, I mean, what could you really edit out of it? I don't know. I mean, I know you can, but well, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that, buddy, so very much. Super sticker, Mr. Brian Hoffman. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Court TV said that they will stream it on a delay. Well, of course, it'll have to go through first, but and here's the thing is Brian is the one that doesn't want the camera, you guys. That's important to remember too. Well, the prosecutors didn't either due to witnesses and things like that, but Brian is the one that didn't want it because the things they were taking and doing with the videos and the pictures of it and making it look like something that wasn't going on. Salty says that during the Vallow case, it was recorded and released later that day, which is probably what's going to happen here. Hopefully hopefully we get it raw, completely, everything about it that went on during the hearing we're going to get. I hope. I can't say that that's a guarantee, but, we'll see. I know a lot of people are worried that we're going to get, if we're not getting it live, that it's going to be cut and edited and we're not going to see everything that goes on. There's going to be people in the courtroom. And if it ever comes out that that's the case, they're going to call it out. So we'll know either way. You know what I mean? Honestly, that's my opinion. Yeah, I didn't know that was even a thing. Salty, thank you for that, though, that it was a long thing. I didn't know that. I thought it was brand new. So either way. They're saying, I think it'll be, like there'll be a bit of a delay on it, in my opinion. SRB, good to see you. Yes. Yes. Stationary camera should be the way it runs. You know what I mean? Just straight ahead. Really, honestly, guys, I don't care to see. We don't need to see their faces. We don't need to see their their reactions to things. We don't need to see. We just need to hear it. I don't care to see anybody's reaction to certain things. I don't care to see what Brian's face looks like today or what Ann's wearing that day. Hearing it is the whole thing to me. So let me see here. Yeah, that's a big deal right there too. Blah. I hope there are no audio issues. Hopefully, it's wintertime now. We're not gonna have to listen to a damn fan blowing next to this and that and things, so on and so forth. We'll get clear audio, I'm hoping. Good to see you, AR. Same to you. Happy Thanksgiving as well. The last one on the plane. Fully agreed. Right. Thank you. If for those of you that I don't know what you guys are celebrating or anything like that, but Thanksgiving is coming up soon. 2 more days. So CH, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Pretty sure they will it wait a minute. Pretty sure they will. It will be like the other Zoom courts streaming live with fixed cameras bringing Latah County House into the 21st century. Yeah. Right. That's a good point. And that's what I'm thinking is going to happen. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to do it the right way. Like I said again, I really don't care other than to hear it, you guys. I don't need to see Brian. I don't need to see, Ann Taylor. I don't need to see Bill Thompson. I'm just fine looking at Judge and listening to what they're saying. But by the way, today is Brian's birthday, guys. I don't know for a lot of you that most of you guys probably knew that November 21st is his birthday. So he is spending it in the Latah County Jail. You did not just say you don't know what they. Wait a minute. What? You did not just say you don't know what they would edit things out. You've been seeing all the shenanigans they have been. Well, okay. Let me state this again. I'm trying to think positive and hope that they're not going to edit things out. Let me say it that way, Terry. And there's not even a trial date yet, right? So we got a ways to go, folks. Other things to be worrying about. Truthfully, yes, mother, and a birthday too. My birthday is on Thanksgiving as well, folks. So, but truthfully, this is the only thing really that's going on in Idaho. The biggest thing and the worst thing and the craziest things that are going on we need to worry about the most are in Delphi. Honestly, okay, that's where the crazy stuff is happening, guys. That's where we need to be looking at. That's where we need to be focusing our attention because there's nothing that's coming out of Idaho that's worth even looking at this point. Honestly, I got you, mother. I know. That's where we're headed next, guys. Same thing that Judge Warner did, right? In the Stouch case. That's fact. So let's move forward a little bit. Michael 007's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Good to have you here. Yes, Idaho. It's going to be, I don't think anything's going to happen, in my opinion, trial wise. My guess is going to be probably at the earliest next spring for Idaho, and very possibly next winter. Hell, we could go till 2025. Honestly, I'm just saying. AR said 2026. I'm just giving it, the earliest possible, in my opinion, January of 2025, and maybe possibly in the spring. So, but anyway, we're going to move into the Delphi scenario that we're going to talk about. I'm going to show you guys this first. But like I said, you guys know that we were waiting on the transcripts that Judge Gall did not want to relinquish for whatever reason. Nobody knows. Why did this woman not want Veronique Bigot? Thank you for joining us. Why did she not want them out there? Why did she not want anybody to see this? Why did she fight against this? Lots of reasons to ask why. Okay, we know that. Well, they were finally released because she was forced to do it. And if she wouldn't have been forced to do it, we'd have never got this, guys. You guys know that. No, I didn't, Terry. I'm sorry to hear about that. That's horrible. Dayton Walmart shooting. That's so many of them anymore. It's sad. More likely in 2025. There's a lot pretrial wrangling. Yeah, I can agree with that one. CH. Brian's reasons are valid, but I think he will be okay now. That's the judge, and I understand. That's fact. I can agree. Uh-oh.
Phantasmic Ether.
Welcome to you. Good to see you. Joining us while working. I appreciate you very much. Right. We are over 100 likes, so that's awesome. We're in the algorithm now. And I appreciate you guys for doing that. You guys rock and roll. Anybody that just popped in here, if you will, please leave a little DNA on the like button on the way through the door. I do appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. More than you know. All right. Let me see something here. No. No, no, no. That's not what I'm trying to do. Okay. Now, let me get this up and rolling, guys. We're going to start off with this in Delphi just to give an update as we do. Yes, I agree. Stevie Irwin has a great channel, guys. Please check that out if you haven't. True Crime Jungle with Stevie Irwin is a great thing. Somebody throw the link out there if you can. Thank you, Brandy, for that again. I appreciate you very much. And I appreciate anybody that has donated to support the channel in that sense. It is very much appreciated, and it does keep the channel rolling, pays the bills, all that fun stuff. So thank you again, Brandy, for that. Let me get this up and out and rolling for you guys. Yeah, you definitely need Advil or Tylenol for Delphi because it'll give you a headache real fast. All right, let's do this thing, folks. Let you guys hear this. This is quite interesting, to say the very least.
It was a mystery that devastated two families, terrified a small community, and touched the world. The murders of two young girls, Abby Williams and Libby German. The case became known as the Delphi murders. The setting? A small Indiana town of just 3,000 people. On February 13th, 2017, Libby and Abby went hiking. The two teenagers were good friends and had the day off from school. The weather was unseasonably warm. But when Libby and Abby didn't show up at their designated pickup time, their families began to worry, and they began to search. Then, the next day, the unimaginable. The bodies of the two girls were found, both victims of murder. Over the course of the next 5+ years, there were no answers, no arrests, just a series of disjointed clues, like two sketches of suspects that looked nothing alike. A video of the suspected killer and a short audio recording of his voice. Then things took a strange turn. Police said they were looking for anyone connected to a fake social media account under the name Anthony Schatz. The account had nothing to do with the male model in the photos. Instead, it was connected to this man, who was arrested for child porn. The arrest of Richard Allen for the murder of the girls soon followed. Someone who was not on anyone's radar. Now, we have some insight into Allen's defense and what they say really happened to Libby and Abby. A ritualistic killing committed by members of a pagan religious cult.
Hope you have a great day, too.
Tonight, we take a look at this unexpected, shocking twist and the state of the case as we continue to investigate the Delphi murders. Welcome to Closing Arguments. I'm Michael Ayala, in tonight for Vinnie Politan. We are about to celebrate another holiday during which two young ladies will be missing from their families' Thanksgiving tables. Abby Williams and Libby German, two teens taken far too soon. 13-year-old Abby and 14-year-old Libby were best friends, just out for a day of fun on a day off from school on February 13th, 2017.
Exactly, Terry.
That's when the unthinkable happened. They were killed after being taken off the Monon High Bridge by a menacing suspect. Libby had the presence of mind to record the suspect on her phone. That chilling video of the suspect ordering the girls down the hill to where their bodies will be found the next day has become a central piece of evidence in the case. Now, according to defense motions, the crime scene was filled with ritualistic symbols. The victims' bodies were allegedly posed and sticks were placed around the victims in a disturbing pattern. Now, images of the crime scene have been leaked, and that led to Richard Allen's defense attorneys withdrawing from the case. Now, along with those crime scene photos, leaks, there are other allegations of prison guards wearing Odinist patches on their prison uniforms. In court documents, Allen's previous defense claims Abby and Libby were killed as part of an Odinist ritual. And in a stunning turn of events last month, during a closed-door meeting inside Judge Fran Gull's chambers, Allen's previous attorneys, Andrew Baldwin and Brad Rosie, were accused by the court of gross negligence. During that closed-door meeting, Rosie says he was forced to withdraw from the case or face public shaming. Just after that closed-door meeting, Judge Gull made this announcement in open court.
We've had an unexpected turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this afternoon, the defense attorneys have withdrawn their representation of Mr. Allen. Mr. Baldwin made an oral motion to withdraw. I granted that oral motion to withdraw, and Mr. Rosie will be submitting a written motion to withdraw.
And as you all know, that was a blatant lie, a complete blatant lie. It's okay, Michael. Thank you very much. This right here.
Mr. Baldwin made an oral motion to.
Rosie says he was for negligence.
Earlier this afternoon, the defense attorneys have withdrawn their representation of Mr. Allen.
An unexpected turn of events. Don't miss me with that bullshit. She knew the way she had this planned and set up. There was not even an assumption, Willie. She forced it and was blackmailing them to withdraw. And for her to do what she just did right there with the face, she did it too.
On their representation of Mr. Allen.
Or face public shaming.
Is
Just
ridiculous.
after that closed-door meeting, Judge Gull made this announcement in open court.
It just, I hear her do it.
We've had an unexpected turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this afternoon,
the
defense attorneys have withdrawn their representation of Mr. Allen. Mr. Baldwin made an oral motion to withdraw. I granted that oral motion to withdraw, and Mr. Rosie will be submitting a written motion to withdraw.
Which he did not do because he did not want to do it. And she forced it.
I'm assuming within the next couple of days. They have confirmed with the court that Mr. Allen's financial situation remains static, meaning he is continuing to be entitled to appointed counsel. I will reach out to public defenders to make that appointment. As Mr. Allen is now without counsel, I've ordered him transported back to the Department of Correction. I have asked the attorneys to provide all of the discovery previously provided back to the state of Indiana. I know I entered a protective order on the discovery, and honestly, I don't remember when that was. I think it was in April of this year, perhaps, maybe sooner. But the attorneys have been ordered to provide all of that discovery back to the state. And if you would maintain that until such time as it can be turned over to successor counsel, I would appreciate that, Mr. McClellan. Yes, sure. I've also asked the defense attorneys to cooperate with successor counsel. They're not required to do that, but I think that they will in the best interests of Mr. Allen. They're not required to provide any of their work product, but they will be required and have indicated that they will cooperate with successor counsel.
Now, Judge Gull had until November 27th to release the transcript of a closed-door meeting that day, and late today, we actually got a copy of that transcript. And here's what it says in part. It pains me to say this, but the totality of these circumstances demonstrate gross negligence and incompetence on the part of the defense team. This is Judge Gull talking. She says, I'm unsatisfied with your representation of Mr. Allen. I am gravely concerned about his rights to have competent, non-negligent representation. He currently doesn't have that. right now, because what you have demonstrated is negligence and incompetence. Now I'm sharing my thoughts with you privately. I don't want to say this in open court. I would encourage you to talk privately about what you wish to do. Well, Mr. Baldwin, he responds, I'm not good at reading between the lines. So the court or the judge says, you're a lawyer. That's what you do for a living. Mr. Baldwin responds, when you said have a private conversation, are you talking the four of us? Or the court interjects and says, or the judge, I'm not talking about you. I'm not accusing the state of gross incompetence and negligence. I am finding gross incompetence and negligence with you. Mr. Rosie says, I'm going to file a motion to withdraw. I don't want to do it, but I don't think I have a choice at this point. The options I've been given without any notice by the court are really either I withdraw or I'm going to be publicly shamed, and that's the way I see this. Mr.
So there again, it's blackmail, folks. I'm going to file a motion to withdraw. I don't want to do it, but I don't think that I have a choice at this point. The options I've been given without any notice by the court, excuse me, really are either I withdraw or I'm going to be publicly shamed. That's the way I see it. Now, you tell me that that's not blackmail. This woman basically said, either you quit and walk away, or I'm going to make you look like a complete and total fool. That, if that's not blackmail, I don't know what is, folks. Sorry.
But Mr. Baldwin says, I'm the same. I'm stunned. I don't know what to say, so I'll just say I'm moving to withdraw orally. And that's what you saw in court just before the judge started to speak. All right, let's bring in my guest for tonight in Atlanta, Georgia. Investigative journalist and author of Down the Hill, Susan Hendricks is with us. And from Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, criminal defense attorney and host of Defense Diaries, Bob Mott is with us as well.
Bob.
And in Pensacola, Florida, private investigator Lauren Vellucci. Hello to you all. Thank you so much for joining me. And I just want to give a little bit more context to that. Just before that, these lawyers had found out that there was an investigation going on. They knew the investigation was going on, but there had been some affidavits filed. The judge had some access to it. The attorneys hadn't. And she said, they hadn't really been given a chance to look at it or contest it or do anything along that line. Bob, I want to start with you. As a practicing attorney, what are your thoughts about the position that these guys were put in and their response to?
I thought it was untenable. I thought that there was no due process under the law. I think that they were bum rushed out of the case, frankly. That is not how the law works in this country. If Judge Gull clearly had very strong feelings about certain things that had happened in this case, but you have a hearing and you give them notice, you allow them to prepare a defense and allow them to put on witnesses in order to have an evidentiary hearing, because I don't know how a judge makes any findings just from getting information from the state. It's not how it works in this country, Michael. It's just, so Baldwin, he really was pretty calm when that was going down. And I've obviously read the transcript in total. Rosie was furious. And I mean, he laid it out. There's a lot of language in there when he goes pretty hard at her. Exactly what I'm saying with respect to the lack of due process in this matter. Because at the end of the day, as much as we all want justice for the girls, this stage of the justice finding is about Rick Allen. And his Sixth Amendment right has just been torched. I'm sorry, but it has, and no one's changing my mind about it.
Yeah, that's exactly what Rosie and Baldwin argue. The Sixth Amendment implications for Richard Allen are really just mind-boggling. Susan Hendricks, I want to go to you because this raises a lot of questions. There's been a couple of different things that raises questions. Some of the actions of the judge. I want to get your thoughts on this. I'm sure you read the transcript. I'm sure you're aware of what's been going on. I want to get your thoughts because if you would talk to the attorneys, they would say something else is going on here. Maybe some sort of conspiracy, something's going on. And unfortunately, these actions lead to that type of thinking. She would say it's all about the integrity of this trial, the integrity of the potential jurors, not poisoning those folks and some of the actions that the defense attorneys. Certainly, I wouldn't call them indefensible, but there were some issues. Your thoughts?
Yeah, while reading it, Michael, there were issues that I had in reading, and in terms of it appeared that Judge Gall kept bringing up different phone conversations that they had had off the record. So I think that this hearing, in hindsight, should have gone on as planned that day, obviously, as we look back and see the attorneys and they're saying, so these are only options. And then Fran Gall mentions a phone conversation. So I think that was the mistake. Was it too casual before this, prior to this? And was she forthright in terms of bringing up every conversation they had? So I think in hindsight, there were mistakes made in terms of what was on the record. And now that we see this transcript, but also reading through it, there were certain things that, Rosie brought up about the OJ case. He brought up Court TV and saying, I really haven't watched maybe back in the OJ case. And that got me thinking too, of course, the way the defense, the genius of that defense, everything was done inside of the courtroom, not prior to. I think this was the mistake in terms of the Franks hearing and everything else, and in violation, in my opinion, to the gag order. It was tried in the court of public opinion. You look on Reddit, YouTube, it's everywhere. Speculation, and it's because of what was allowed out there.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting? I read that as well. And Lauren Vellucci, one of the points that Rosie made was that prior to this, there had been a number of leaks in this case by the state, by law enforcement. And so they, on some level, were trying to level the playing field. In essence, a gag order was put in place as a result of that, and then there were continued problems. But I still see issues with due process as far as they're concerned. They cite in there, in the motion by the civil attorneys representing Richard Allen, they say no court in Indiana has ever allowed a judge just to decide subjectively that she wanted to get rid of some attorneys from a case, so that's what she did. There is a process for this, no?
Oh, absolutely. They surprised us. And, given those new documents that were released by the defense stating basically unfair acts and politics, this doesn't look good. It's not a cute look for the judge, in all honesty. And she also did other things that, to me, I have issue with due process, like Bob was talking about, with the fact that he is in the Westville Correctional Facility. And he has been. And to me, that is unconstitutional at this point, because he is still an accused murderer. He has not been found as guilty as a jury of his peers. So I have an issue with a few things that she has done, but I do think this is going to be an issue. And it doesn't look well for all the allegations that the defense was making in this long, drawn out motion. So it doesn't look good.
Yeah, it doesn't. Lauren, I just want to double back on something you mentioned about him being in the Westville Correctional Facility. Tell people why that's an issue, because that's essentially a prison, not where normal folks who are awaiting trial would normally be.
Correct. So when you're awaiting trial, you are in jail. You are not in a prison setting. And he went directly there, I think, a month after he was charged with these murders. And he went there for safekeeping, is what the sheriff said. And it's a much harsher environment. He's there with child molesters, other murderers, and that's just not how the process works. It just isn't. I think we all want to get to the bottom of this, but the most important thing is that we put the right man behind bars for the rest of his life for this murder. And I have a lot of concerns.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, when you look at the way things are shaking out, Bob, you got to look at this and wonder. You got to say something's rotten in Delphi. I mean, there are too many things happening here that can really lead one to ask the question, is there something else going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, I fight tooth and nail with myself not to slip into conspiracy theories. But when it's just one thing after another with respect to the timing, it's like every time something would happen in terms of a big move by the defense, within a couple of days, a major event like a leak happens, like 2 days after the Franks memo hits. It's just the way that it's gone down, and this is where the judge lost control. And there's no way that I'm saying that I think that Judge Gull is complicit in this, but I think that she's gotten sucked up into the vortex of it in terms of her, just like when she made the statement that she had made findings, that she found them grossly negligent without the benefit of having a hearing. As an attorney, it made my skin crawl. It really did. How are you making findings of anything without having an evidentiary hearing, without giving the defense an opportunity to come in and put on a case?
And that was exactly their response, Bob. That's why they were so upset, especially Rosie. He was upset because he said, this is not how we do things. We should have an opportunity to respond to this. But again, this is the way it went down. And I have a couple more questions. We're going to have to take a break right now, folks. But coming up next, we take a look at some disturbing allegations made by a prison inmate housed with the suspect. Richard Allen.
This is where it gets better, guys.
Law professor and devoted father of two, Dan Markell, was involved in a bitter custody battle with his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. Wendy wanted to move with the kids from
Florida was.
A cop chokehold trial.
Libby and Abby took in 2017 and how they made it to the bridge. People.
TV.
We're here in Delphi, Indiana, a town of about 3,000 people. It is the town seat of Carroll County. We're going to take you on the trail, on the Monon High Bridge trail that Libby and Abby took in 2017 and how they made it to the bridge. That's not this bridge. This is Freedom Bridge, also mentioned in court documents. So where they started that day, that's a little bit up the road. Across from Mears Farms is what's called Mears Entrance, according to court documents. And it would have been the main entrance in 2017. This fence wouldn't have been here. This is where Kelsey said that she dropped off Libby and Abby on February 13th that year. She would have waved goodbye, said that she loved them, and then watched them walk past those trees. And once Libby and Abby cleared the trees, they had a choice to make. Right here in the center of the trail, they could choose to go right and go towards town, or they could choose to go left towards the bridge. They went left. This is also where three girls say that they ran into a man generally matching the suspect description. He was heading towards the bridge. They were heading the opposite direction towards town. Walking along the trail, you realize that there are a lot of places that someone could hide. Yes, it was a different season. This happened in February of 2017. So there wouldn't have been leaves on the trees, but there are a lot of trees, and it would have been very dense. According to court documents, at around 2 o'clock that same day, a witness said she saw a man on the bridge standing about 50 feet up, but he looked very different according to her account. Looked boyish, young, 20s, maybe 30s, no facial hair.
Definitely doesn't look like Richard Allen. That's the sketch right there, in my opinion. That's the one that should have been being paid attention to, and it never was. Okay, we know that, but big difference, folks. Huge difference.
And brown curly hair or poofy hair. And that's what led to the second sketch. So we're at about the halfway point of the Monon High Bridge here behind me in Delphi, Indiana. You can see I'm standing on a part that is rebuilt, looks completely different than the area that leads over to private property. About this area right here, that's where that Snapchat photo was taken, where Libby takes a picture of her friend Abby. The two girls, they were heading down the bridge south over to private property, and that's where the abduction happened.
All right, that was Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson giving us a first-hand look at the crime scene where Abby Williams and Libby German's bodies were discovered on February 14, 2017. Now, here's what we know about that crime scene from Richard Allen's defense that was outlined in court documents. Libby was found flat on her back, her left arm stretched above her head, touching the base of a tree, and her right arm was placed along the side of her body. One large tree branch had been placed on her left shoulder. This branch was so long that it extended above Libby's head several feet and below her legs for several feet as well. Two smaller branches formed a V where her legs joined her body, with both sides of the V extending upward toward Libby's head, with one branch extending to the left of Libby's head and the other to the right of Libby's head. The last of the 4 branches extended across Libby's body on a line from her right shoulder to her left shoulder. Abby, just a few feet away from Libby, her body not parallel to Libby, but rather at an angle with Abby's legs just a few feet from Libby's legs. However, both of their heads, were found a few feet apart from each other. Abby was found on her back. Abby's elbows were bent, with her right and left arms both placed on her chest. Abby's left hand and arm near the left side of her face, and her right hand and arm near the right side of her face. Also, Abby's left leg was straight while her right leg was bent at the knee. The murderers also placed her bent right leg under her left leg. Like Libby, those involved in the murder had placed tree branches feet apart from.
Now, I don't care what anybody says, okay? And this is my opinion. Again, I will argue this with anybody. It has been stated by a handful of people that this whole scenario is a coincidence, that the tree branches just fell that way on top of the victims. Bullshit. There's no way in hell that these bodies were placed like this accidentally and then these tree branches fell on top of them. Let's be sensible here, folks. These things here are the things that when you look at this and you go, okay, it's just a coincidence. They just happen to fall that way. What? There's no way in hell that happens, folks. And from my understanding, I could be wrong. And if I am, someone will correct me and then I will say I was wrong. Here's the thing. If I understand correctly, the tree branches were cut clean, folks. They didn't break. They weren't broken like a rough break would be. There's no way in hell that this happened accidentally, that this was just nature due process, tree branches falling in that specific position. Come on. And anybody that believes that, think about it, folks. Just think about it. It was 100% intentionally done that way for whatever reason, whether this was done as a staging to throw somebody off, or this was done because of the reasoning behind what has happened to these victims, sadly. Okay? Either way, it was still done intentionally. It was not an accident. It was not due to nature. It was none of that. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Congrats, SRB. It's wonderful to have you in the family for 5 months. Thank you so much for being part of this community. We love you. And being an amazing, amazing moderator as well. I agree, Carolyn. That's the thing, is that other sketch looks like a 15-year-old kid. And we know that there were 2 kids that were seen roughly close to their ages walking behind them at some point, and other things that don't fit. So all that stuff is stuff that needs to be kept in mind. Okay. Congrats, Michael. At 3 months. That's awesome. Good to have you in this family as well, my friend, and part of this community. Very much so. Right. The common sense went out the door a long time ago. And this is something, you guys, I agree with that too. We're going to talk about that next. This is something that was noticed when this happened 6 years ago. And it was just buried and brushed to the side. And why? That's the other big problem I have with this. Completely crazy. That's what I'm saying, Eddie. You know, it can be one of 2 things, in my opinion. It's either 1, it has direct involvement as to what happened to the victims, or 2, it's something that was put that way to try to throw people off in a different direction, which didn't work, obviously. The scene was definitely left this way. Rumors about this were around a few years ago, but never led anywhere because of law enforcement. Thank you. That's fact. It was covered up. I hate to say it that way, but that's what it was. It was covered up. They buried it so that nobody could see or talk about it anymore. Why? I've been telling you guys for weeks, okay? I'm not saying that Idaho doesn't have its problems. But this case, this is where all the crazy shit's at, guys. The things that have been being brought up in Idaho, that's here. That's real here in front of our face. We can see it. There's no conspiracy to it. It's in front of our faces. It's fact, folks. And it's not, it shouldn't be happening. The judicial and law enforcement situation in Delphi in this area is bad. There's something wrong here. There's something bad going on, which is why we need to continuously talk about this till we figure it out. We can look at this situation and regard it as what it is, because we're not stupid people, folks. They want us to be, and not, oh, you're just crazy. That was an act of nature. It just happened this way, and that was this, and that was that. And there's no, it's not. In my opinion, the suspect wanted to be something he wasn't. Did it all wrong and made them all look bad. That's another, yes. Like I said, when this Odinism thing first came out, somebody took this situation and twisted it into something that they didn't know what they were doing. Okay? And in turn, here we are. That's what my opinion is. And I agree with your opinion in a sense, Salty. I really do. Because it makes sense to think about it that way. Moving forward.
From each other. Abby was found on her back. Abby's elbows were bent, with her right and left arms both placed on her chest. Abby's left hand and arm near the left side of her face, and her right hand and arm near the right side of her face. Also, Abby's left leg was straight while her right leg was bent at the knee. The murderers also placed her bent right leg under her left leg. Like Libby, those involved in the murder had placed tree branches on a very specific pattern on top of Abby. The pattern looks very similar to an asterisk, consisting of 3 tree branches all joined in the middle. Above Abby's head were smaller sticks that had been placed over her hair, crudely mimicking horns or antlers. Also, according to the defense,
I'm going to ask you a question, Summer. And I'm not being rude by saying this. Summer says Richard Allen admitted to doing this crime. Who admits to such a heinous crime even under duress? Anybody. In my opinion, anybody that fears for their life or the life of their family, their wife, their children, anybody will admit to something this heinous to protect themselves, to stay alive, and to protect their families. And I'm telling you, at this point, that's what this is about. That is my opinion. That is why this man admitted to this. We did not see any bit about how that went down. And of course, we're not going to. But I'm telling you, this man did not want to make that admission. And again, that's my opinion. And I get it. I get it. People do what they have to do. And I do value your opinion, Summer. I'm just giving you the basis as to why I believe what I believe. Absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely need to see and hear that evidence. Whether we do or not, I'm not sure. But I feel wholeheartedly that he was doing that to protect himself, his wife, and his children. That's my thought. Okay. We don't know what was going on. We're going to hear something here soon, and it'll give you a little bit of insight into a possibility with it. But I do value your opinion, Summer. Absolutely. Absolutely respect it. And anybody else's. You guys know that.
defense's memorandum. Libby was found nude, blood spots and blood drippings seen all over Libby's body. No blood sprayed or dripped onto the leaves or the tree near Libby's head and sliced neck. Abby found fully clothed, dressed in Libby's sweatshirt and jeans, and Abby found wearing 2 bras. No blood on Abby's clothes, very little blood on Abby's body apart from the fatal wound on her neck. Libby's phone and shoe found under Abby's lower back. All right, just interesting stuff. Still with me, investigative journalist and author of Down the Hill, Susan Hedges.
And again, another good point Salty makes. Why send a man to a prison who has not been, at that point, had not pled, was not convicted of a crime, but sent him to a prison where the guards, okay, were allowed to wear Odinite patches on their uniforms, which is unprofessional to me, in order to remove them in October. Now think about this. This man had no reason to go to the prison that he went to. He could have very well been kept right there in the county jail, but he wasn't. So they sent him to a place where he himself stated that that's why this was done, was due to that right there. And so they send him to a place where the COs or the guards are obviously supporting Odinism, okay? And then all of a sudden, the man makes an admission of guilt to a crime that he was swearing he was not guilty of. Think about it. Just think about it, okay? The two don't match. That's all I'm saying, you guys.
Criminal defense attorney and host of the Defense Diaries, Bob Mata, and private investigator Lauren Vellucci. And Susan, I'll start with you. I just want to get your thoughts on the crime scene. Police say they looked into this whole angle of those being symbols or symbolic or ritualistic in some way and found nothing. My question to you is, can we trust that? I mean, it seems improbable to me.
Yeah, Michael, you brought up a great point earlier in terms of what was leaked when and when did we know it and why. But because of everything we're seeing now, of course, we all analyze it and think what really happened. And I believe that maybe that's part of Judge Gull's issue in the most recent document, saying none of this should have been out there for everyone to see. I mean, I covered it from the start, and the secrecy, I mean, it was so palpable. They wouldn't tell us anything, and it was frustrating to say the least. But I think maybe, I'm speculating here, that the two attorneys that Richard Allen had who are in this document thought all of this is too secret. There's so.
That was my question, Blah. Why would you take a man convicted of unaliving two children? We know how that goes. Or not convicted, accused of unaliving two children, and you know what population in a jail or prison would be like. Take him from a smaller jail to a huge prison full of people that could possibly attack him, finding out what his charges are, which they will. It's all over the news. Just look at him, you know who he is, okay? And you're taking him there to protect him from what? And why wasn't the jail safe? How does that make any sense? It doesn't, guys.
So much secrets going on here that this is what should be allowed. And that 136-page document, I believe disguised as the reason for Frank's hearing, so to speak, gave almost too much information. What Bob touched on earlier in terms of the conspiracy theorists, he's right. They're out there because they go after me. Anything I say, they'll play. They're really, I mean, it's cruel and it's mean. And what Bob was saying is he doesn't get into that in terms of what he's saying, but they're out there. And Bob will speak to that, and they go after me. And I don't think that we should have all of this information is my point here.
Yeah, it's a question. And I think the one thing that rang through the transcript of the meeting between the attorneys and the judge was she was angry with them. I think that's the one thing that sort of rang true. Lauren, I have to ask you, you heard the description, we've read about the description of the crime scene. It doesn't feel like something that was done by one person. Just in your experience, what does that crime scene tell you?
Yeah, just the fact alone that there was no blood on Libby. This was a heinous crime scene. And for someone to have done that, and we know how we have JSM, Joseph Scott Morgan, on the program all the time, how easily blood is transferred. Just the fact that alone was kept on her and that there was no blood on Libby, I have a very hard time thinking that one person was able to do that. Not to mention the other things that he did as well, with all the sticks and the placing and all of that. Now, could it have been done? Sure. Was it possible? Sure. Probable? No, I don't think so. I think it was more than one. And again, that goes to the defense's theory, which sounds to me a lot like it could be possible.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, Richard Allen's defense claims that he is innocent. He's not one of the men, if there were more than one person to commit this crime. They blame the murders on an Odinistic, ritualistic killing, or cult type situation. In a defense memorandum, they state members of a pagan Norse religion called Odinism, hijacked by white nationalists, ritualistically sacrificed Abigail Williams and Liberty German. The evidence shows that during his pretrial incarceration at Westville Correctional Facility, Richard Allen has been monitored, intimidated, and mentally ambushed by correctional officers who are also members of the Odinite cult. Now, these Westville Corrections officers boldly wore patches on their Department of Corrections uniforms that proclaim, "In Odin we trust," along with another patch displaying symbols of Odinism. That's those interlocking triangles. Now, this is what those patches worn by the guards on their uniforms looked like. Now, Allen is being housed in the Westville Correctional Facility. And I do want to say, normally a defendant is housed in a county jail while awaiting trial, but Allen has been in a prison cell. Now, his former defense attorney had been fighting to get him moved because they say he's being mistreated there. They claimed his physical and mental health has been suffering, and a fellow inmate who had agreed to testify in the case is speaking out about Allen's treatment behind bars. In a handwritten letter to the court, Robert Baston wrote, "I was housed in a cell, A2206, just above Richard M. Allen's cell at A1107, due to being a voice on how Richard Allen was being mistreated by corrupt sergeants. Security cameras will show Sergeant Brandon Williams slamming to the floor and violently breaking my foot and ankle, and then intimidating the nurse not to treat my injuries. Sergeant Brandon Williams and officers hold me while Officer Quentin Davis violently punched me in the ribs and stomach, while Officer Mr. Motts kneed me in the face. I was placed on strip cell and my personal property was taken. When I eventually received my property back, my legal documents were either destroyed, lost, or taken due to incriminating recorded dates and times. Some of those recorded dates and times concern how Richard M. Allen was being abused and mistreated by staff and officers." Again, I have witnessed Richard M. Allen being abused and mistreated. I, Robert Batson, ask this court to report this corruption to the proper authorities to investigate.
Now, what would this inmate have to gain by saying these things if they weren't true, other than trouble, like he is? Okay? This letter tells a story all by itself. We can look at Richard Allen and it matches what this man is saying. It matches up, to me personally, to phone calls that could have possibly been coerced. And again, this inmate has nothing to gain from putting information out like this other than more trouble for himself. Okay? It's not like he's going to get a reduced sentence because of this. It's not like he's going to get treated better because of this. If anything, he's going to be treated worse. So there's no gain on this, folks. So the man is not saying these things to try to get ahead in life or to gain something just because he's an inmate. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean that it can't be true, folks. And I myself personally believe it. Because again, I don't see any personal gain for this man. There's no, yes, Sherry, there's no incentive for him to put these things out there if they're not true. Period. If nothing else, his life could be put in danger by doing this. You're not gaining anything from that. We know that. I mean, come on, folks, look at it. I have witnessed Richard M. Allen being abused and mistreated by Westville Correctional Facility, Westville, restrictive housing unit staff and officers. That has affected his health and mental health. Okay. Like tasing for no reason, mentally threatening his family and himself. The man doesn't want to eat. Like I said, I wouldn't eat anything these people handed me in fear of there being rat poison in it or somebody urinating in it or defecating in it. I wouldn't put it past any bit of this, folks. That's why this man looks like the Walking Dead. And I personally still feel like the man is being drugged somehow or another, because he doesn't seem to see anything when he's moving through the courthouse, guys. It's insane. These people, this is horrific. Again, if the man is guilty of the crime, that's fine. Once he's convicted of this, because he is innocent till proven guilty, then he deserves what he gets. Okay? Until then, he is innocent until proven guilty. Nobody has the right to treat him other than what he should be treated as, which is a human being, just like the rest of us. Yeah, I can almost guarantee that too, Willie, that he's been denied commissary. They moved him supposedly to segregation, which is worse in my opinion, because nobody in general population can see what's going on back there. I would think it would be worse. He's not being threatened or approached by inmates. It's the people that are supposed to be protecting him that are the ones that are hurting him. Okay? You don't get to see what goes on in segregation. They're in the back in the dark, being watched by one or two COs, and nobody knows what the hell's going on there. And you can't get commissary in segregation. I've heard that as well. If he was out in the open in general population, everybody could see what's going on. Why don't they have him out there? Don't say it's to protect him, because again, there were no threats of other inmates attacking him. The only threats that have been are coming from the COs. Just saying, folks.
All right, let me go to you, Bob Mata, because I know you have experience dealing with folks in jail, and this guy seemed to be especially prolific. He had other letters claiming that there was contraband coming in against one of the officers, actually a few of the officers, and a number of systemic issues he brought up. What do you make of his claims that there was abuse of Richard Allen and that he's being abused because he spoke out?
If I'm his attorney, and I'm talking.
Think about that, guys. Do we remember when Richard Allen said, "I did not do this. This was committed as an odonistic ritual"? Remember that scenario? And then guess what? All of a sudden, bing, bang, boom. Here we are. The man's moved to a prison where he's being watched over by Odinite prison guards. And at the same time, I really hate to believe this, but with everything I've seen go down with Judge Gall, I'm just saying, folks, I'm not even going to say it. You guys already know where I'm at with that. Good to see you, Missy Moo. Thank you for joining us. But I'm telling you, folks, this is way off. Way off.
Talking about Richard Allen's attorney, I'm exceptionally concerned. You know, it's easy to decide to find somebody to not be credible because they're a convicted felon. And I know that Batson, as you stated, has written several letters, has complained often about the situation in Westville in particular. But if I'm Allen's attorney, I'm mortified on behalf of my client. You know, I mean, and that bears itself out in the fact that they've tried to get him out of there not once, but twice. And I've been, frankly, in the exact same situation in a case in Omaha, Nebraska, where, 23 hours a day, Michael, going on 6 months in segregation with no human contact is brutal in and of itself. When you start adding in other things that are going on, which they just happen in prison, and people may not want to believe it, but and that's the problem with having a pretrial detainee, somebody who has not been convicted of anything and who is presumed to be innocent in this country. And that's the law of the land. It's not an opinion. They don't make that distinction in prison. The guards don't, and the inmates don't. He is being viewed as a child killer.
Welcome, Dennis.
And he's being treated as such by both of those parties, and I have zero doubt about it.
Yeah. Susan Hendricks, I want to bring you in quickly before we have to go to break. I think Bob hit it right on the head. The sense I'm getting from that community is that they're treating him, and I want to say the legal community out there, as if he's already convicted of this crime. Do you sense that as well?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, Bob was right. I have the same opinion. I don't think he should be there.
Look at how many how many police officers they have to escort him. They don't seem to allow him to wear any other clothes other than, the prison clothing. He's shackled and chained, like Hannibal Lecter. He's got, let's see, 2, 4, 6 guards with him. I mean, it seems a bit overkill to me, folks. And they basically dragged this guy through the courthouse. Seriously.
There, I've heard it from the other side saying, well, he has more privileges there. There's mental.
I'm sorry. There's 8 to 10 police officers that are walking with him. This is insane. Insane. This man's not going to go nowhere. He could just as easily walk through here with 2 officers, period. It's horrible.
Health experts, but come on, he doesn't deserve to be there. Look at where we are, and a jury hasn't even been picked. And this is how much discussion is going on around this. What we want, what the families want, what Bob has spoke of, all of your guests has, is a fair trial, the right to a fair trial. Richard Allen deserves that. The families deserve that. Now we have to decide, or it has to be decided. How do we get there?
Yeah, and a fair trial in a timely manner. That's one of the issues that's been raised by the attorneys that were let go in this case, that by doing what the judge did, they pushed this thing out another year. So he's got to be in this situation for another year. So that's not something to sneeze at. All right, we do have to take a break, folks. We have much more ahead.
Is he going to make it another year? That's an honest question, folks. Is Richard Allen going to make it another year? I wonder. I really do. I have to wonder if this man can make it in this living environment for another year, because we see what's happened to him in a period of 1 year already. Is that, let's think about that. Is that what the plan is? Possibly. Again, I know that's a rabbit hole, and I'm really trying not to go down inside those holes, folks, but let's see what's in front of our face. This is insane. Insane. And we have a judge that doesn't want to comply with things. She doesn't want to cooperate in this matter. I mean, it's it's sad to watch. And this is, being allowed to be carried through, folks. I mean, there's a lot of people. You're right, Willie. There's a lot of people that are saying that they haven't seen him alive in a while. The last hearing, nobody got to see him. And the judge said he's being transported back. People are questioning whether or not Richard Allen's even still alive at this point because they haven't seen him. I know that sounds ridiculous, but there's people that are asking that question. It's fact. And it's because, look at him. And somebody sent me an email last week and said, gee, I wonder if we're going to see a breaking news episode pop up here where there was an accident in the prison and Richard Allen has passed. I mean, guys, I know it's a hole and there's rabbits in it, but I'll be damned if I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just saying.
How we continue to help. Obviously, keeping their story out there, keeping their names out there.
Mike and Becky Patty were surprised by the call that came.
Yes, that was him in yellow, opinionated.
Police had arrested the man accused of killing their granddaughter, Libby German, and her friend, Abby Williams.
It was very bittersweet, They said it was kind of a strange feeling that when they told us, hey, we've got somebody detained and we're going to make an arrest him. It was like, okay. I guess all that work has started to pay off.
For nearly 6 years, Libby and Abby's families kept the girls' stories front and center around the globe.
Maybe it took all of that. Maybe it took looking further away to find him here. I don't know. I only know that I feel like we did what we had to do to keep the pressure out there to find him. that was our part. That was what we were supposed to do.
The arrest has brought them some peace, but their hearts still hurt. The loss unforgettable.
I believe that she helped lead them. I believe that she was steering all along. And I believe she's up there quite excited.
Now, you don't need me to tell you that the Delphi double murders case is filled with twists and turns that no one could ever see coming. But the one thing that has never changed is that the lives of two young girls were taken away far too soon and in a brutal way. Abby German and Libby Williams were both friends just out for a fun day of hiking along the Monon High Bridge in Delphi. Now, Abby's sister, Kelsey, is the one who dropped the pair off on February 13th, and they were never seen alive by their families again. This is Kelsey and our guest, Susan Hendricks, taking the same drive that she did that day to drop the girls off. Days after their bodies were found, Indiana State Police released a photo of the suspect from Libby's phone that showed a man on the trail around the same time. They also released a short clip of the suspect directing the girls off the bridge.
Guys. Down here. Guys. Down here. Guys. Down here.
All right, still with me. Susan Hendricks, Bob Mata, Lauren Vellucci, all with Susan. Let me start with you because you obviously had an opportunity to visit with family members. I got to get a sense of how they're doing now. All that's going on, all that's been revealed cannot have been easy for them.
Yeah, and I think that they really...
I did hear about that, Murky. See, they would have to explain if it was Richard Allen that happened to. It's not going to happen like that. They would have to explain that because he is in segregation, that how did anybody get to him? Okay. These things do happen though, folks, right? That's what happened with Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay. It does happen. So if it happens that it's not going to be like that. That's my opinion. It's not going to end up that way. It's going to be something that looks like it was done either by himself, or he starved to death, or he got sick and something happened. That's what's going to happen in his opinion, in his situation, in my opinion. So I'm just saying.
Found support through talking to the media. I got to know them, of course, through first interviewing them. And I know that Kelsey now has a little girl, Ellie, and I love to see pictures of them. But speaking with Becky at CrimeCon, and of course, nothing about the case was discussed. It's difficult for them. I know that they had a purpose and they really like to be out there and to say, this is what we're looking for. This is what we're doing. And things are still hurtful to them, but they can't say it. And, I know that Libby's grandmother was showing her frustration when she knew that the crime scene photos were leaked and posted on Facebook what she could, because she's respecting, of course, the gag order, doesn't want to do anything, of course, to mess up the trial and what moves forward, but saying, look,
exactly, Murky. Thank you.
These are the pictures that I'm quoting here. It says, for those that want to see pictures, for those of you who want to see them, these are the ones that you should be looking at. I'm paraphrasing here, not the ones that should not be seen until trial. So they're hurt by what people say out there. They're listening, they're looking, they have feelings. They want this to go by fast. They want to get the right guy. If Richard Allen's innocent, of course, why would they want him in prison and the guilty guy or guys still out there? So they want what everyone wants. They just want this in a manner that's done in a more, in a way that this isn't going on, the chaos, if you will, before a trial has even started.
Yeah, and I would imagine keeping things respectful. I mean, it's so hard in today's day and time with all the social media to keep control of the message. And I see Grandma trying to sort of take back that control. I want to take a listen to the community because we also have a community at large of about 3,000 out there in Delphi. This was shortly after Richard Allen was arrested. There's some people, we spoke to some folks out there. Here's what they had to say about how they felt about that.
They caught dead creeps, so now I can come here and enjoy the outdoors. We like to hike all the parks around us.
It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy for the community here and everywhere.
Lauren, it's a small community, you know, many of these across America. And there's this claim of this conspiracy, this Odinist cult. Is it possible for it to exist in a community like that, we're seeing that it apparently, according to the defense and stories they're telling, it reaches into the correctional system and officers and law enforcement. They're being framed. I mean, not that you can read between the lines. I got to get your thoughts on that.
So when it first came out, I thought it was way out there, right? And then the more information that I received, the more looking into this whole case I do. Yeah.
Thank you, Christina. Yes, and that's the other thing, folks. We can't forget about the other side of this. We need to support Libby and Abby's families as well. The victims and their families is, of course, priority number one. Okay, that is number one. We don't need to, lose sight of that. And again, thank you for being a member for 4 months, Christina, and making that statement. We need to remember that fact. Victims and families are number one priority. Okay, let's not lose sight of that, please. But I understand it's very, very easy to lose sight of that when we have a situation going on like this where we're worried about that. You have a tendency to forget why we're here to begin with. Libby and Abby, their families. That is where we need to focus, our thoughts on as we're looking at what's going on with the defendant. Okay, don't forget that, folks. That's all I'm saying. And thank you, Christina, for throwing that in there. I appreciate that, and you very, very much.
Yeah, social media accounts for these people who are named in that documentation, it's crystal clear that they're Odinites. They do the Odinite things with the sacrifices and all of that kind of stuff. So it is possible. It was a new thing to me, Odinism, but it does exist there, and it does exist in those people who we shall not name on the air. But yeah, it does, and it's creepy. And I just want to say something about the victims too. I just want to say what.
And don't get me wrong, you guys. Listen to me. Make this known, okay? Make this known. Regardless of what we're talking about with Richard Allen right now and his conditions and how he's being treated, so on and so forth, the man is still in custody as a defendant to a double murder. Okay, that's still a fact. But there's a right way and a wrong way to do things. Period. That's all there is to it, and it has to be seen on all angles and all corners, guys. That we have to be able to focus on everything at the same time. And like Willie said, they deserve. If these things are going on and Richard Allen is guilty of this crime and these things are going on in the background, well, there's a very good possibility that he could get off on this being guilty, just like in the Idaho case with Brian Koberger, okay? We need to pay attention to the things that are going on in the judicial systems with law enforcement and also be able to see through that to see where the guilt lies. If he's guilty, he deserves to have his punishment in due process after he's convicted, not before, but after. That way, these families will get true justice, period. Not after he goes through all this crap. And then, guess what? Because of all these things that are happening, because the judge is an asshole, because, excuse my language, but that's what's happening, this, that, everything else, and all these things happen, and the man gets off and he's actually guilty. Where did that lead us to? Nowhere. Okay, so nobody gets justice in that sense, and that's not what we're here for. Just saying.
What a hero that Libby was. We know as grown-ups, as adults, if we see something, to say something. But the fortitude and the brains that this young lady had to film when she felt something wasn't right, it blows my mind, and she is a hero to me. And I just think every parent everywhere needs to teach their child at a young age that if something doesn't feel right, everyone has cameras these days, and to do what she did, because she solved this case, or will eventually solve this case. And so I just props to her, and she's amazing.
Could not agree more. I mentioned very early on, she had the presence of mind to do that under some very trying circumstances. So I agree 100%. Bob, going back to what Lauren mentioned about what might be going on out there, what's very possible. According to law enforcement, they looked into this and they apparently didn't find anything. Doesn't sound to me like they're the right folks to be looking into it. Does something else need to happen here?
I mean, look, I try to explain to people when I'm in my podcast or on my YouTube channel, everything that the defense stated in their memorandum came directly from the state's discovery, which came directly from law enforcement. These aren't theories the defense is cooking up in their office. This is all stuff that came directly from the evidence that was given to them by Nick McClelland. So, like, and what we know is that there were 3 cops who continued to investigate that angle long after the Unified Command decided.
That's something I don't know if you guys know, but that's fact. Okay? That's fact. This wasn't just in this, this didn't come from social media, people inventing things, coming up with wild ass, theories or opinions. This came from discovery, folks. And like Bob is starting to explain, and I'll play it here in a second, there were 3 officers that continued investigating this angle while everybody else said, nope. We're not dumb. People aren't dumb. They see things for what they are. This came from law enforcement's discovery. I mean, I'm just telling you guys, it is what it is.
For whatever reason, that they were no longer interested in investigating that angle at all. And, I mean, the whole thing with the professor and them saying that they didn't know who he was during a deposition, like everything that took place just makes it stink. And it's so apropos to have this particular question during this segment when I have to look at just the victims' families who have put all their hope into what law enforcement has told them in terms of it being the correct person. And then when we hear what the defense has put out, and again, which has come from the discovery tendered to them by the state, it breaks my heart because for whatever reason, they quit. In my estimation, whether Richard Allen, they found more evidence on him and they can prove that he's the guy, that's amazing. And I'm thrilled for the families because they're getting the justice they deserved. However, based on what I've seen, and it came through in that defense memo, thankfully, I think that they need to be continuing to investigate, Michael. That's how I feel about it. I think that to stop the investigation is absurd based on what we all now know.
I would have to agree. And again, putting everything under seal, not leaving it out to the public, considering all the interest, I think, everything under the sunshine, you got to have it out there because there's so many questions in this case.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
New body camera video tonight shows a...
Sorry, guys, that jumped over the other one there, but that's it there, folks. I mean, yeah, I don't want people thinking that this is just like what was going on in Idaho. There was a lot of theories that were being formed out of rumors and things like that. No. That's why I say, guys, this isn't a conspiracy. This is in front of our faces happening in real time, folks. This is real shit. That's why it's so like we have to be extra, we got to pay extra attention to this. I'm sorry, but there have been some Plato theories, I'll call them, that have been formed and fitted and matched up to rumors and this and that in the Idaho case, and we've all been involved and listened to it and watched it. I've put it out. I've even talked about certain things. This is nothing like that. There's no comparison to these 2 cases. We can't compare them because this over here is really happening in front of our faces, and it's just not real. I'm sorry. It's just not right, and it shouldn't be real. I don't want to believe that this can happen, as do most people, but it's happening in our faces, folks. No conspiracy, no rabbit hole. It's there. It's fact. It's happening every day. We got to remember that, which is why we got to talk about it like we do. So I'm glad that it finally came out that, these attorneys I think they really truly see this themselves, want to give, Richard Allen the best defense they can. Hence the reason why they decided to go pro bono with him. And then she even said no to that. There's a reason why she doesn't want them defending him, because she knows there's bad stuff going on over here, folks. So I want to talk about this. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on this. I really do. That's what it's about. There's the link. I'm going to pin that here. Hold on a minute. Like I said, guys, we need to make this public knowledge as much as we can. Get it out in the algorithm. Get it out there for everybody to see. There's a link in chat pinned there. Anybody that would like to talk about this, to voice their opinion, let's do it. Let's go. We got some time left. Let's have at it, guys. Let's have at it. Let everybody hear about it. Okay? And think about this. They shouldn't be able to. That's the problem, Dinky. That should not happen. And I've never seen or heard of it happening before. There's no way in hell she's going to get away with this. And in my opinion, you guys might as well kiss it goodbye if you think she's going to recuse herself. She's going to have to be removed, in my opinion. That's how I think it's going to have to happen. So anybody at all, let's hear what your thoughts are. Let's do this. Come on down. Join me up here. I'm not sure everybody would love to see something other than this ugly mug, I'm sure. Come on down, guys. Let's do this. We got 149 peeps in here with 151 likes. That is absolutely awesome. I appreciate you guys for that. Anybody at all? I am not adorable, Brian. I appreciate it, but I don't think I am. I respect your opinion, my friend, because I love you. You're a great person. All right. Welcome, Willie and Eddie. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Willie.
What's up, guys?
Hold on a second, guys.
Somebody's echoing. What's up, buddy? Eddie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Well, with that video that Libby supposedly took, it just feels kind of like the knife sheath with the touch DNA sitting right there for investigators to find. Now, she might have been videoing him, but it feels like we're supposed to believe that she's videoing Richard Allen, and it kind of feels just too good to be true.
I can agree. Yeah. I mean, this whole thing, in my opinion, is well, that part of it.
I guess my thing is, like, if you feel like that video and everything is strong enough to convict him, then, like, why all this? Why the 10, 15 cops to make him look, worse on camera? Why the somebody committing suicide over this case? Why the this? Why the? I mean, why all this? If that's what I question is, if he does, and like I said, if he does take his own life, then he goes down as he did this, and his family now, has to live with that and be labeled as that.
I agree
without a trial.
Probably something he's not trying to do to prove his innocence. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And because with his admission of guilt, okay, let's talk about that for a quick second here. The man was adamant that he was innocent in this from the beginning of him being arrested until, amazingly enough, all of a sudden, I did it. He called his wife and said, I did it. And again, I have a visual picture in my mind of two guards standing on either side of him, forcing him to have this conversation. His wife said she didn't believe it. It didn't sound like her husband. And we see what's going on based on another inmate's visual aspect of how it's happening. So why would I believe that he just conveniently all of a sudden said, you know what, you're right, I did it? It doesn't make sense to me. That just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but then to go back to, I didn't do it. So obviously he said he did do it to just get out of whatever predicament he was. I don't know what they threatened him. We have no idea what they threatened him with. But like you said, if I felt my life was threatened or my then I'll say what I need to say to get out of that situation and then retract it later on, which
happens all the time. Investigators put a lot of pressure and they keep these suspects or the person that they want to confess to the crime in these interrogation rooms for hours.
Yes.
Yes.
But
as far as the video goes,
I don't know if you guys gathered this. That was when I saw this, I about did a flip in my chair when I first saw this gentleman right here, BH. I was just like, wait a minute. That's the first time I saw anybody else that looked like that person. And yes, Libby was dating his son. Okay. Just take that into effect. Keep that in the back of your mind. Anyway, go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry to interrupt you, bud.
To add to the video, it's inconclusive who that is. And it almost seems like they used that camera to video someone that kind of appears to look like Richard Allen. And I haven't been following this crime until I would say just since you, Dago, have recently been sharing it with us. But I've been under the impression that for the longest time, these many years, that people genuinely thought that was Richard Allen in that video.
Well, we didn't have anybody else to look at, anybody other than Richard Allen to center in on, Eddie. You're right.
Right, because if you suggest it into someone's thought process and you just repeat and drive that message home, that becomes a part of the person's reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. Like I said, I had nothing else in there to compare it to. That's all we saw was Richard Allen. We didn't see anybody for 5 years. And then we get Richard Allen. And it's like, okay, we got a suspect. Thank God for these girls and their families. Thank God. And then we move forward. And then all of a sudden, we're introduced to other things and shown other things. And it's like, wait a minute. Whoa. That hat is a big thing for me. I'm sorry. And the video that we see of him, the bridge guy, we know it's a loop. Okay. We know it's not a full video. The audio, we know that that's a loop or a cut or a clip or whatever. We know that's not a full audio. Why aren't we getting the real things on here? Why aren't we getting the full video and seeing that? Why aren't we getting the real audio and seeing that? Why aren't these things being put in front of us like these other things were? You know what I mean?
You know what, Dago? It's really hard for people to see if something is a deep fake.
True. I agree.
And the commonness between these two cases, Idaho and Delphi, this is a deep fake. It's impossible to see it. We want to see the easy explanation, even though it seems unlikely. We're given a situation where there's not even a motive, and yet people will believe that it's the simple explanation. It's Brian Kohlberger did it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, what I find weird is if they are treating him bad and, not giving him the proper food, like if they really want to pin this on him, like why do that if he's going to be 150 pounds lighter when he goes to trial than he was when he first went into, jail? And now you got to show the jury some guy who's withering away and some guy on camera that you can't even tell if it's him or not, number one. But now they have to look at the guy sitting in front of them and the guy on camera. And the guy sitting in front of them is not. I mean, look at him now. I mean, imagine when the trial happened. So I just,
Well,
like I said, if they had enough evidence on him to just, do this to Fairway, then why send him to a prison? Why, all this stuff?
You're right. You're right. Absolutely right. Why? Why did we have to do any of that? Let's talk about that for a minute. Why? Why were we not told about 5-6 years ago that the bodies were found in that positioning with those sticks and this ideal surrounding this? Why wasn't that ever brought up like that 6 years ago?
They obviously didn't want anybody to know because we wouldn't have known about that if they didn't leak the photos. Is that correct?
It was known about back then, and then it was basically buried. Like I said, there was a professor that had looked into this at some point. Then he disappeared supposedly, but then he popped up again. I mean, all of these things are in effect they're just ridiculous. And at the same point, like Salty just said, they didn't think we were paying attention. Okay, we didn't pay attention to these things up until a few years ago. Or just not even really that long, a couple years ago. Now we're all paying attention. We're all watching everything that goes down in a case. We're all looking at everything that happened. Okay? And picking it apart. Nobody was doing that before. They didn't think it was a big deal. Okay? We can do this, we can do that, we can bury this, we can move this to the side, we can explain this away, no big deal. But we're all watching. That was not thought about. And everything, listen, everything, that's another one. Good point, Salty. Everything this man does, I don't know if you guys know this, everything, including what is supposed to be private between a client and their attorney, is being recorded.
Yeah.
That's illegal, you guys. It's not legal. They record everything this guy does. Everything. I'm guaranteeing you. He can't even go in the bathroom and drop a deuce, as we like to call it, because that's probably being recorded. I mean, it's everything he does, anybody he speaks to. Of course they record.
I mean, you have, I mean, and like I said, I want justice for the families too, but you have, you have them doing, like you just said, something illegal. I mean, that could jeopardize things if he is found convicted later on for an appeal. I mean, listening in on him and his lawyer, I mean, that is absurd. And then you add in this blackmail from the judge. I mean, you read it. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to
There's no conspiracy. It's right there in black and white. Fact. And Murky says the people in the community did talk about it, but no one listened. That's fact. She's right. Releasing that info would have brought out many tips. This would have been so different years ago if that would have been talked about. Okay. But I mean, it was talked about. Nobody wanted to hear it because it didn't fit into the norm. Okay. We're supposed to just go along with what law enforcement in the state says. Okay, this is what it was. Here it is. And we're supposed to trust that. Mm-hmm. We want to trust that as a people. We all do. Okay. We're supposed to be able to. That's why nobody questions it until it's basically thrown at our faces like a damn rotten tomato. Now, do you see it? As you're wiping it, yeah, there it is. I see it now. One of the first things that should catch everybody's attention is that they moved this man to a prison before he even pled and definitely was not convicted, and he's sitting in a prison. They don't put innocent people that haven't been on trial in prison.
Hey, Dago, can I interrupt real quick?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm rambling.
So you hold it against me if I mention that there's 3 more documents in the Idaho.
No. I'll pull those up before we end the show. No big deal. Thank you for finding them. No, I mean, it is what it is, you guys. That's why we have to see this now. We have to look at, especially in this case, in cases like this, we have to pay attention to these things, because if we don't, and again, it makes me wonder, how many cases have we had that have gone by the wayside that this has happened with before?
Well, that's what I was saying. How many slipped through where there wasn't a spotlight on it and it just, happened to somebody, and it is what it is. So I hope, I hope with how much heat is put on for the truth with this case and the Idaho case, and I'm assuming the Karen Reed case. I just hope it changes things for the future to where they understand that things, we see stuff now. We're not just watching the media and seeing one side of a narrative. We have a mind of our own, and we have the ability to speak to each other around the world and make sense of this, because they don't like that.
Has he been slandered like
I
what we're
agree.
seeing with the Brian Kohlberger media attention? Has he been portrayed in the same way? Is that a common thing?
The smear campaign that I've talked about with Brian, not that I've seen, but they don't have to. They don't have to, because this guy did something that Kohlberger never did. He made a phone call to his wife and said, "I did this." That has everybody in the bucket with it right there. He admitted to it. He admitted to it. I don't care personally that he did that, because I don't believe it. But everybody that is on the bandwagon with him being guilty, that's all it took. That's all it takes. So there doesn't need to be anything more. Sadly, I mean, there's one that
Yes, you're right about that.
Right. If
It
Brian
takes money.
Kohlberger would have said, "I did this," what? Oh my God, it's over. That's it. That's it. You know what I mean? I believe that his wife is honest. I don't see why she wouldn't be. She doesn't have anything to lose.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, but
yeah, like I said, I just want to hop up and give my take on that. I just think, if they have what they need and they can prove it, then why all this other stuff? Because I'll tell you what, it's going to get worse than this, unfortunately. Because now they got to go back and fix this and do that, and we're going to get to see it all, unfortunately, and it's going to be a circus.
I
Because
agree.
if they issue a new judge on the case, and like I said, he is found guilty, then later on they can come back and say, well, look, it's appeals suck, man, and it's not fair to families that they have to go and sit through an appeal trial, and with something like that, I mean, God, I just want full closure for the family. So, hope you guys have a good day. I just want to wrap up and give my opinion.
I appreciate you, buddy. I do. Don't, in that case, the families are never going to have full closure on something like this. But if they were able to get true justice on something like this, real justice that's done the right way, it'll give them a little bit of
yeah, you know what I mean.
Something to lean on and start healing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because at this point, you can't heal until, and that goes for any case like this. Nobody's going to actually start healing until the person responsible for causing these things is found to be guilty of the crime and is put their punishment. Okay, that's how I see it. And we're not having that in either case right now, not yet. So, but yeah, I do appreciate your input, brother. I really do.
No problem. Yeah, so you guys have a good day. Chad, you guys have a good day. I gotta go. I gotta run and get my daughter off the bus. So
absolutely,
I'll be in chat.
Nice talking to you, Willie.
All right,
Always
see you guys. Have a great one.
Take care. And all right. It's good to see you, by the way, Eddie. It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I can offer too much more insight into the Delphi, Richard Allen.
No, I understand. I know. And I know you had earlier mentioned when we were talking about Idaho, said that, it needs talked about. And I'm pulling up right now. Oh, wow. Looks like we got 1, 2, 3 more. They were dropped as of yesterday. Looks like. Good Lord. 1 second. 1 second, Eddie, please, if you don't mind.
And yeah, earlier I did mention I'm kind of concerned about the judge's ruling on the cameras not being allowed in the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little skeptical. Well, I don't see why we must sit in silence. I might as well speak while we're waiting for Dago. So here's my thoughts. At first I was surprised to learn that the prosecution agreed with the defense concerning the August 24th motion to remove cameras.
Sorry, my wife is struggling with some things. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I just continued on without you. Should I continue, or do you want to change gears? So, I was just saying.
Looks like this one is the first one that dropped. This was as of yesterday. Motion to temporarily seal Exhibit 1 of the state's response to the defendant's 10th supplemental request for discovery. State of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, respectfully moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32 and Idaho Code 74-124 for a temporary order sealing Exhibit 1 attached to the state's response to defendant's 10th supplemental request for discovery. Herein, because release or disclosure would interfere with enforcement proceedings. Number 2, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or impartial adjudication. I never say that word right. Adjudication. There we go. Sorry, guys. Constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Disclose the identity of a confidential source and or disclose investigative techniques and procedures. The state seeks this protection pending a hearing on the matter. Wherefore, the state respectfully prays that the court seal from public disclosure Exhibit 1 attached to the state's response to defendant's 10th supplemental request for discovery herein under the provisions of Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124. That's the first one. And I need to excuse me because I have to run to the little boy's room one more time. So if you want to look at that over again, just for a second, I'll be right back.
Well, I'll just talk while he's gone. How's that sound? So my concern would be, it feels like the think tank has put their minds together to agree to the defense's motion and use it against them. Because videoing the proceeding and making that live video stream available for viewing on YouTube will do nothing to correct the defense's intended purpose of preventing sensationalisms and prejudice against Kohberger. Rather, it will only have the potential to favor the state by preventing transparency. It seems like the state has pulled a fast one to me, and they've outmaneuvered the defense.
All right, sorry about that.
That's right. I was just continuing without you.
All right. You still there, bud?
I'm still here. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. So that's the first one. And again, motion to temporarily seal Exhibit 1. Basically, the 10th supplemental request for discovery. We're at 10 now, guys. 10 requests for discovery. Which I've been told by other people it's not that abnormal. I just think it's a lot. That's all. And then we have next document. These were all from yesterday.
Before you continue, I have a question for you, Daigle.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
I have the impression that there are 10 distinctly different requests for discovery, each specifying an item that's unique to these other 10 items. It doesn't feel like she's repeatedly asking for the same thing over and over, such as like a child would in the backseat of a car. Are we there yet? Are we there?
No,
yet?
I don't. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it is. Can I have Can I have crime scene photos? Can I have crime scene photos? Can I have crime scene photos? No, I don't think it's that. It's multiple. It's different variations of different things. I agree.
Right.
But
Like the training records, for example, or the recorded interrogation with Brett Payne is another example, and so on and so forth. These many, many different things that they're not getting.
Exactly. That's what I venture to say it is too, in my opinion, Eddie. I agree with you. No worries, Sleuty. I figured it was something like that. No problem, man. So this one here is again, this is the 10th supplemental request for discovery. The motion for it, guys. You guys know how these go. We've done 9 of these before this. Same scenario. And this one says the state incorporates. Hold on, let me bring that up a little bit for you guys. The following responses as fully set forth at this point. The state's response to request for discovery, excuse me, filed January 23rd of 2023. State's response to defendant's first supplement request for discovery filed on February 21st of 2023. So that's, we're seeing that this is a little different. The state's response to defendant's second supplemental request for discovery filed March 29th. The third filed on May 12th. Okay. And then we have defendant's motion to compel discovery filed on May 12th as well. The state's supplemental response to defendant's first, second, and third supplemental request to discovery filed June 8th. The state's response to defendant's fourth supplemental request for discovery filed on June 16th. State supplemental request to defendant's fourth supplemental request for discovery filed on June 29th. And the second motion to compel discovery filed June 29th. Also, the third motion to compel discovery filed July 5th. The defendant's second supplemental request for discovery and defendant's motion to compel discovery filed July 12th. And again, supplemental response to defendant's second motion to compel discovery filed July 12th. And the state's response to defendant's fifth and sixth supplemental request for discovery filed July 25th of 2023. So then we have state's response to defendant's third motion to compel, state's response to defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery. That was filed September 6th. State's response to defendant's eighth and ninth supplemental request for discovery filed October 24th. The state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with Idaho Criminal Rule 16 and applicable law and reserve any and all objections thereunder. And that's dated on the 20th day of November, which was yesterday. So there's that. And they went back and covered everything, guys. Everything. Okay. Pretty wild, folks. Hey, not that, Nikki. Good to see you. And here we are, still struggling a year later to get certain things. Okay. It shouldn't be that way. I'm sorry, but it shouldn't be. I don't care what anybody says that I'm talking this way or that way about it. I don't care. It should not be that way. Fact. That's all there is. So I didn't even have that one on screen for you guys. I'm sorry. Let me show you that real quick. I thought I had it and then I must have bumped it off or something. No problem. No. Okay, over here, it shows all of those that I just read to you all the way down. Okay. Every bit of that. I don't know why this is such a struggle. I don't. I really don't.
Well, yes, you do. The FBI is not giving up.
I do. You know what I meant. But you're right. I know why, but I don't know why. They just won't do it. They just don't want to. They just won't do it. And then this last one, and then we're going to talk about all of these here. Temporary order. Let me show you this again. I almost forgot that time too. There we go. Temporary order sealing Exhibit 1 of the state's response to defendant's 10th supplemental request for discovery. Based upon the motion to temporarily seal Exhibit 1 of the state's response to defendant's 10th supplemental request for discovery filed herein, the court does hereby confirm and order that Exhibit 1 is confidential, exempt from disclosure, and are sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 for the reasons stated in the said motion, and until a hearing can be held on the matter. So, again, it's confidential, folks. So what are your thoughts on all these, Eddie?
Well, on these latest documents, I haven't had enough time to, develop any thoughts about them. It is what it is. There's 10 requests for discovery, and she's not getting it.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see, certainly on December 1st, what his ruling is once, they either get a partial list of the things that they're requesting or none at all of it. Because I don't think the FBI is going to, he has no jurisdiction with the FBI, and he's just a small, he's a small potato when it comes to a comparison
I
to
agree.
the FBI.
And here's the thing, guys, is we've heard Ann Taylor herself state that the prosecution is giving her everything she asks for, okay? When she asks them for it, they give it to her. So it's not them that's holding back from her. We know that. We know where this is coming from. So,
I mean,
one more thing to think about.
Yeah, the FBI interview with Agent Shirley that wasn't recorded. I'm sure she wants that.
Of course, absolutely, I would. It should have been recorded. They said when I stepped away, you were explaining like your side of things.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you want me to talk about that? It's
yeah. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, bud. Go ahead and finish that, please.
So and I understand your point about every time the cameras are in the courtroom, they fixate on him, and then the bad press is open and any gesture that he makes. But people have the attention span of a water bug. So although some damage can be done certainly as a result of that, but right now, as we can see, all these YouTube channels that are like in overdrive, and also through the mainstream media, we're having like a hearing maybe once a month on average. So what comes out of that negative is just a drop in the ocean compared to the daily content of these false reportings about him through many, many other outlets. So I was saying that it seems like this ruling, it seems like the defense has outmaneuvered. I'm sorry, the prosecution has outmaneuvered the defense here and pulled a fast one. Now we notice if you look at that document in the introductory paragraph, they're describing these victims. You notice how the judge omits the words such as described above. And such as described above would be young and vulnerable. He omits the young and vulnerable part of the description of these victims. First of all, calling them a victim is a conclusion. It's a very biased one, which assigns 100% credibility to the PCA. It's like assuming the PCA is right and it's gospel. Well, who can say that at this point, that they're victims? So it feels to me like this is just setting this up. Like, I wonder if the prosecution will employ the tactic of saying the young and vulnerable victims feel uncomfortable. And that's a pretense. So they're going to cease recording during that portion of the trial. And we're not going to be able to see it. But, if that is the case, then are they going to release the transcript at the end of that same day? Who knows? Or maybe there's always going to be these technical issues. It didn't air for this period of time.
Thank
right?
you.
Kind of abbreviated. It runs for a while and then it shuts off unexpectedly. Who knows? These are just some thoughts that I've been having. Is this a conflict of interest? All these questions that are besides the obvious question of, is it going to be monetized? That to me is the least of my concerns. I'm more concerned about transparency.
Yes, and I don't care. I'm not downing anybody that's worried about, whether judge is monetized and so on and so forth. I don't care about that. What I want to know is, are we going to get full transparency during the hearing? Thank you, Susie Storm. If you didn't hear me, I appreciate that. Are we going to get full transparency? Is there going to be an edited version of it? Is it going to be raw, 100% what they have going on in the hearing when we get it? That's what I want to care. And are we going to be able to hear it clearly? I don't even care if we see them in there. As long as we can hear what's going on between them and know who is who, that's what matters to me. Nothing else, honestly. The rest of that stuff is just, who cares if it's monetized? Honestly, it doesn't matter. It's the least important thing to worry about with this, folks. That's my opinion.
For some strange reason, I have very early on always thought that DM and BF, they're untouchable. And I don't even know what I mean by that. I just feel that, and I can't really convey my entire thought about that. But
I know exactly what you mean.
Somehow they're untouchable, and I don't even think we're going to be able to see their testimony if this does make it to trial and if they do go on the stand.
Yeah, I know. I think I know what you mean, Eddie. We've had multiple conversations, and they do come off as being untouchable. That's a good point, Sleuthy. I hope it does. I agree with you, though. I think it'll be good. Because of who they are and the situation that they've been in, they're going to be untouchable. I get it. I know what you mean by that. I do. Unless something crazy comes out of nowhere and they're like, well, this one did this and this one did that. There's not gonna be anything comes from them, in my opinion. In fact, I don't even think that they'll put them on stand. They'll find a way not to, period.
I think you're right.
That's my thought.
And I know his ruling on these cameras, it really doesn't tie into this thought of, this thought being there. Ideally, there should be multiple sources, multiple video available. Sure. That would be best, because now we're talking about checks and balances. If one source of that video stream doesn't show something, you could contrast it to other videos that stream that, during that same trial.
Right.
I don't know. I just feel like a judge should never put themselves in a position where they require the public to assume they're not corrupt and take their being unbiased at face value based on the office that they hold.
I agree. Real quick, I did a poll real quick, guys. Will the trial happen in Idaho within the next 2 years? 89% said yes. 10% said no. I didn't vote on it. I think at the earliest, like I said, the Idaho trial in Moscow, unless they change venues, which I don't see happening, or they'd have talked about that already, will probably be no sooner than at the very least the earliest, in my opinion, I should say, maybe next spring. Maybe. It's set up to be a stream. Sleuthy said, yeah. I'm hoping that they do it live. That would be great. But according to what I heard, it's going to be pre-recorded and then put out. So,
well, doesn't it say it right in the document?
Again, welcome back, Joanne. Thank you for that. And Doodlebug, thank you for the super chat. I agree. I appreciate that very much. In the documents, as far as what, buddy?
Well, I think it's like the second to the last paragraph under the conclusion. It says, future public hearings, in this case, will be video recorded, and that live video stream will be available for the public and media to view at the court's YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think you're
so
right.
right in there, I think it lays it out that it'll be video recorded, and then that live video will be available.
As of right now, I think that makes it. I think that there's we know that there's a pool, a video pool, that it's been filmed, and that all of these, people that are involved in media have the ability to pull from that pool. Okay. I think the difference with it now is it's going to be filmed, operated, and maintained by the court system alone. That way they know exactly where everything's going to be focused at, not focused at, so on and so forth. And then they'll put it out like a live stream, like I'm doing right now, whether it's pre-recorded and then put out or whatever. But I'm hoping that it's going to be live, like I am right now. What I'm doing in real time live with you right now is what it is. I'm hoping. There's a huge possibility that it won't be, though. That it'll be recorded, and then they'll check it for whatever, and then they'll put it out an hour later. You know what I mean? I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Do you have any thoughts on what yeah, that's what she's saying too. Sleuthy said, yeah, meaning it will be live streamed, which essentially records and leaves it available on the channel. Right. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Which we'll be able to grab it. We'll all be able to grab it at any point. I've already signed in, become part of the channel, did all this other stuff so that I can do that. Because I'm hoping that from here on out, anything that were to pop up is going to probably be recorded through there from this point on. So I became a part of that immediately, so that I can grab whatever to show you guys immediately at the same time. What are your thoughts, Eddie, on the discoveries? Like, do you think it is anything in particular? Do you think it's, a couple different things particular, or what's your thought on that?
Now, can you be more specific? Are you asking if it's a couple things that she will not receive, or
as far as like we have 10 requests for discovery here, what do you think it might be on that she's requesting? We know what we haven't seen yet. We know what we don't really know, but we know what's been talked about not being seen, and we know that what we haven't seen, period, or heard. So what are your, just like a guess, I guess you could say, what that you think it might be?
I think we can see a lot of that on May 5th, 4th. Yeah, if I'm remembering the date of that one.
I think you're right, the 4th.
Yeah, that's going to lay out quite a few of them. She wants to know where this Elantra video is. She wants the training records, the cast information.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We talked about the FBI agent Shirley, who did a phone interview that's not recorded. Also, it feels like Brett Payne did an interrogation that was not recorded, which is interesting because that in itself is kind of a deep dive. On May 4th, this motion to compel, that's the first supplemental request for discovery. That's what she's requesting, is this Brett Payne interrogation. Why does she call it a Brett Payne interrogation? Well, because Brian Kohlberger would have known who he was speaking to by name, Brett Payne. So that's what she's requesting. The state's response on May 12th, so about a week later, is the state has provided recordings of MPD Detective Payne's interview with Mr. Kohlberger to the defense.
Right.
Okay, so June 15th, second motion to compel. The defense answers back to the state's response. The state responded that they had provided audiovisual 0123 discovered on May 30th, 23. However, the recording is an in-person interview with FBI agents rather than the phone interview done by Moscow police.
Right.
And then July 11th, the state's response to that. First of all, it begins with that same paragraph that I just read, which is defense answers back. The state responded that they have provided audiovisual 0123, etc. But then the next paragraph states, the state has been informed this phone interview was completed by S.A. Shirley, who confirmed this referenced phone interview was not recorded.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like right there that seems to be saying that Bill Thompson just realized he's just learning that. Because notice the state's response on May 12th is he's calling it that we did provide you with the recordings of MPD Detective Payne's interview with Mr. Kohlberger to the defense.
Right.
So it's either that there's 3 interviews in total, or Brett Payne really conducted the interview, and in an attempt to hold him accountable for not recording it, he defers responsibility onto the FBI agent who is beyond reproach. Number 1. Number 2, he's retired.
Right.
So who knows what's going on? I wonder if Ann Taylor even knows what's going on.
Yeah, it's a good point. Very good point.
Lab testing, they want to know these other motion to compel. They want all lab testing. They want all recordings, possibly the recordings during the autopsy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So there's quite a bit of stuff that we could be waiting on at this point. And it's all important.
Most of it, which they're not going to be getting.
Right. I agree with you on that one. And it's all important stuff. It's important as far as him getting a fair trial, in my opinion, is very important. So and I don't expect to see it. I don't.
Well, they want body cam and dash cam footage from the officers involved in the search and arrest of Brian Kohlberger in Pennsylvania. I don't think they're going to get that.
We know that's not happening.
Lab testing, lab reports, including forensic evidence collection and analysis of items recovered at Brian Kohlberger's parents' home, trash cans and other receptacles, and the Hyundai Elantra. Who knows if they're going to get any of that? And I'm just going right down the line of that document on, I believe it's May 4th.
Thank you, SRB. Right. Yeah. May 4th as a fact. And so we got 6 months. We got 6 months to wait for that, folks. And God knows what's going to happen until then. So, like I said, that's why we got to use the most logic we can with this case. And
you're muted.
I see it. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's weird. And hope that we can make sense of the things we see. That's the best thing we can do. Thank you, Nikki, for that, by the way.
So let me ask you, Dago, real quick. Do you think that there potentially could be a conflict of interest with the court streaming and being the only media source?
Hold on. All right, so yeah, there's something that's not connected right. Yeah, I'll figure it out. But again, like I said, I don't know. I want to trust in the fact that they will record it. What's up, Danger Zone? Good to see you, buddy. I want to trust in the fact that they're going to do it the right way. If the judge is the one that's leaning on it to make the rules for it, I guess you could say. I'm guessing that, I don't know. I don't have too many issues with him, with the judge himself. So I'm guessing we're going to get, I don't think there would be a conflict of interest.
Well, one of the drawbacks of only having one is that it can always be that a system failed, right? And that's why you didn't get it that day.
I agree.
Well, if News Nation was there and if court TV was there. If one of their cameras failed, well, you always have the other one. Now, having someone witness it, well, there's going to be many people in the courtroom, and if it doesn't come out the same as what it really happened in the courtroom, then people are going to talk about it. Well, that gets you nowhere, because that's hearsay. Someone can't say, well, in the courtroom this happened. That just doesn't work. That's like the telephone game. Everybody will see the same thing and come away and bring a different experience from that and have their own reality from that exact same experience. So it has to be recorded. It has to be monument. It's on a video, memorialized.
I agree with you. Have absolute. 1 second. Sorry about that. My child was speaking to me. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, but I think it definitely is going to have to be memorialized in that sense. I think because it's going to be live streamed, that they are going to be a little extra, careful with it, making sure that it's coming through. Maybe we'll get better audio this time, I hope. And then that maybe it will be actually better in a sense. That's what my fingers are. I do trust the judge. I'll say that much. Okay. I haven't seen, and I've had people be like, oh my God, how do you trust him? This and that. I don't know. I just have a feeling. I do. I trust him. I trust that he's literally in the middle of this. I don't want to say that he's been pulled to either side. I know there's people that believe that, and that's okay. I respect that. I feel that he's going to go right down the middle with this, which is what he needs to do. And that, hold on.
I don't know if he's been compromised or not. I guess we'll learn more come December 1st.
Okay. I don't think he has. I don't think he has. Just from watching the way he is and has been. At some point in the very beginning, I'll just say the very, very, very beginning, I was a little leery of him. But then he kind of, in my opinion, put himself out there as if to say, he wasn't putting up with the prosecution's bullshit, but at the same time, he's not putting up with the defendant's bullshit either. Defense's bullshit. So I feel like I think he's going to go right down the middle. I don't think he's compromised. I don't. I think he wants this to be, he wants to see exactly what the defense can bring him. And he made a comment, at one point, I'm giving you the option to bring me something and you haven't done it yet. So, and I kind of agree with that to an extent. Okay. I'm thinking that if the defense would show him something to make him think, to make him look, that he's going to look at it and he wants to see it. If they're going to bring a case to him to show him that, you know what I mean? That's my opinion though. It doesn't mean that I'm right or wrong. It just means that's how I feel about it. And I feel that Ann Taylor, I agree with you on that one, Dan, that she laid an egg last time. I feel that she was a little bit off. I really do. I think she could have done better. That's just my opinion, though. Nobody has to agree with me. Go ahead. I feel like you were going to say something, Eddie. I probably cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, you haven't. But before I hop down, I just, I guess I would just reiterate my concern on the document of his ruling on these cameras. He cites very heavily. He's citing this notion of these witnesses being young and vulnerable. Victims. Now, to me, I'm sorry, that shows bias right there. How can he conclude that? How can anyone know that? That, again, that suggests that PCA is gospel and that the events he holds true, the events of that night based on that PCA.
We're talking about this document right here. The one that they put out, the second motion.
1117.
Okay, yeah, I think this is the one. The one that's denying the motion to intervene and granting defendant's motion to remove the cameras and stuff.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying in here that he states, where are we at here? Let me find it. Blah, 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 blah. I know where you're talking about. I remember reading it. Anyway, so you're stating that he's talking about victims or witnesses being victims. Is that what you're stating?
Yeah, and I'm scrolling right now to find it myself. The exact.
Okay.
I thought it was. I think it occurs a couple times in that document. Vulnerable victims on page 6 towards the bottom.
For the reasons stated below, the court will prohibit still video, blah, blah, blah. A court operated audio system taking place. Where are we at here?
I think he's citing. I think he's citing case law on that one.
Yes.
In the introductory paragraph, the way they're described above. So the introductory paragraph, that's, let's see. Introduction. Okay, the first paragraph.
Oh, yeah.
The victims, right, and then notice it goes the victims, and then there's 3 dots, right? He omits something, okay?
Okay, so it says at a minimum during trial and during any other court proceedings at which victims might be called to testify.
Right.
Okay,
now,
I got it.
We would have to refer to that September 6th document. That's the state's response. So you would have to go back to that document and see what the state says. And if you did that, you would find the phrase young and vulnerable. So the words young and vulnerable are omitted. The judge omits those 3 words right there with those 3 dots.
Right. So he's referring. Go ahead.
Young and vulnerable, those 3 words don't take up that much space. What's the benefit of omitting those 3 words? I don't know. But instead, he omits it. And then to complete the sentence, says might be called to testify, period.
Right.
End of quote. So what's the benefit of omitting young and vulnerable other than the fact that they're truly not young and vulnerable?
That's a good point.
Why are we assuming they're young and vulnerable? Kohlberger's young too. I'm young. Dago, you're
Which
young.
would be, well, I don't know about that. I not as of Thursday. I'm not. I'm almost 50 now, buddy. But hey, I appreciate that though. I do. So I see your point. It's a very good point. So he's basically taken it upon himself to guess that these, yeah, what you're saying is that they're young and vulnerable and they could definitely be hurt by this possibly in some sense.
So therefore,
Why
we're
does
going to therefore we're going to shut those cameras off during, the time that they sit on the stand.
Right.
They're going to feel uncomfortable on that day. I guarantee it.
Well, that's kind of the point, though. I mean, considering, in a sense, I've said that in some senses they need to, and in some senses, you don't want them to because we don't know the situation completely yet. That's the problem. As Sloopy says, so then maybe he doesn't agree or it's subjective. That's a good point, too. It depends on which side of the fence you're looking at with this, okay? I guess that's the best way to put it. And Danger Zone does say that, yes, The Young and Vulnerable was original title. Oh, I thought you meant of this, but he said of The Young and Restless. Sorry, Danger. Anyway, good point. But yeah, at that point being, I guess it depends on which side you're looking at, bud. How you look at those possible witnesses. Okay.
It's
That's
just, you know, it's just a tactic that we see daily in our daily lives. This
Mhm.
tactic to shut down opposition and to mute the opposing viewpoint is you frame something with like they're young and vulnerable. They're victims, so don't question it. Questions are off limits. That's
right.
that's gonna victimize them further. Well,
Mhm.
the truth doesn't mind being questioned.
Well, they have been. Let's think about this. They have been classified. If we're talking about the roommates, they have been classified as victims this whole time, right or wrong. In some senses, I should say.
They
Not every.
have
Not,
absolutely.
yes, and we don't know at this point, and that's what Eddie's point is. I believe we don't know if they're victims or not at this point, and we're not going to know that until we go through the trial. So
Right, we can't assume it one way or the other.
yes, right. So I see your point. It's a good point too. It's a very deep muted point. You know what I'm saying? Um,
I've
let me
always
see here.
stated that they're not involved, but
Well, and initially I didn't want to believe that either. It's hard to say that though when we have that 8-hour gap of time. That's the one thing that drags us all back in the direction of, well, were they involved? Or were they just young and vulnerable teenagers that didn't know how to react to a situation? Using those terms again. Okay.
it just goes hand in hand with the state hiding their entire case. Why?
Yes.
Why all this secrecy? What is the big secret? They're not going to allow us to see their testimony. They don't want us to know what they know.
Why
They're
has
not
everything
gonna-
been a secret? That's a good point, Eddie. It really is. Like, why do we have to not know? Okay, like what's the whole what was the other? I forget it. Come on. Help me here, somebody. The other well the 8-hour gap for one. That's the biggest thing. That's what has had everybody. They're not teenagers, I know, Ray, but I'm just saying to me they are. But like we don't, how can I put this? I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. Sleuthy says we know nothing of Bethany and what she was doing that night, or if she was injured in some way, like nothing at all concrete. That's back. But then we hear things like the two of them were in the commission of the crime texting back and forth. Which way do you go with that? How does that make you feel about these two people? You know, we know that they weren't kids per se. They were young, yes. But young people know how to make good decisions too. So you can't really base it on the fact that they're young and dumb. That's not the way to put it. Okay? Because that's wrong. Just because they're young does not mean that they couldn't have made a good decision based on this situation. Okay? They are considered adults legally. And she's right. We don't know anything about Bethany concrete. We don't know nothing about it. Why was she so scared to come back to Idaho? Why was she, so against testifying or doing any of that? What was the big deal with that? That's always been a question of mine. It's a deep subject, a very deep subject that anytime we've questioned it, we've been had a door shut in our face. And what is I'm trying to go back to what I was going to ask. They had put out a memorandum for a motion for a somebody's got to help me here with this, to have a meeting behind closed doors. There's a name for it and
Ex
I lost
parte.
it. Thank you. The ex parte scenario. What was that all about?
Good question.
Why is that something that needed to be done? There's the secret again. Why is the state hiding its whole case? There's the secret again. There's a lot of it. That's what has caused this case to go in the direction it has. We all know that because nothing has come out the way it's supposed to. It just doesn't. They don't just hand out a file and open it up and go, there it is, guys. Boom. And I know on our end of things that it's not our right and we're not supposed to see these things. But in turn, they do put stuff out that we can see, and then it ends up causing more problems than good.
My last thoughts. Your question to me is, what do I think about all these 10, supplemental requests for discovery? When you look at these specific items that they're searching for, it really, to me, feels like she has a client who knows he wasn't there and knows he was not part of this. So what they're doing is saying, yeah, we would like to know too. How did my client's DNA get on the button snap of that knife sheath? Someone please step up and explain it to us. And how about this car? His car was not there. So show us this car we're even talking about, that you're calling suspect vehicle 1 on, like, up here on page 7, but towards the bottom of your affidavit, when he's in Albertsons, 40-minute drive south, you're calling it his Elantra. You're comfortable with calling it his Elantra right there. How come you're not doing that when it's in the King Road neighborhood at 404 and 420?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this has all of the hallmarks of him being innocent. And you consider all the evidence that they have against him, the 3 significant pieces, which are these phone pings in this white car, a white sedan, and the third one being the DNA. There's no direct evidence at all tying him to this. It's all circumstantial, and none of it is significant.
We keep being told by the, I guess, the one side of the fence. I'm in the middle, but we have the innocent side, the guilty side, and then I kind of sit in the middle. And a few of us do. We're told by the one side of the fence that there's so much more that's going to come out during the trial. I have tried to make myself believe that. Okay? But I can't get past the point that there has been so much struggle with this transfer DNA on this sheet that I would think that if the state wants their case so bad to be what it is, that if they have something, a smoking gun per se, that they're going to bring out during the trial, why wouldn't they do it right now? Why? Just to prove that this is it. Granted, they don't have to. I understand that. But why? Why not come out and say, this is it? This is why we know Brian Koberger did this. You don't have nothing. We have it all right here. If there's so much more that we've been told is coming out, where is it and why? That is what my biggest issue with this was.
I would agree. There's not even really enough to suspect him of the crime, let alone indict him.
And I don't care what anybody thinks about this. They have not shown me that this man was in the house. They have not shown a weapon. A sheath is not a murder weapon. Okay, they haven't showed the weapon. They haven't shown him in the house. They haven't showed his car on scene, getting in and out of his car. Is that part of the 51 terabytes? Because if it is, that is a smoking gun. Showing Brian Koberger getting out of a car, walking into this house, and walking back out at 4-something in the morning is going to say, there it is. He did it, guys. Shut up and go away, which we would do if they would show that. Or we just slide on into line to prosecute this guy and do what he needs done to receive punishment for what he committed. But they haven't shown any of that yet. And I have a hard time believing that they have it. I've tried to make myself believe that they're going to come out with some crazy big bit of evidence when we hit trial with this. And I don't believe it, because they've had such small amounts of evidence thus far. Why would you use these little things and create doubt when you have this person in custody, knowing it's him. You have this big piece of evidence. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. It never has. That's why I have struggled with this the whole time. That's why people have come at me and said, well, you're stupid. You're crazy. He's guilty. I don't care what anybody says, he's guilty, but I can't see it. I need to see that the man was in the house. I need to see he was in the car. I need to see a weapon.
Maybe that unexpected new evidence that's going to be damning against him will be this unexpected witness testimony, this witness that has just recently bought a really expensive new vehicle, and that witness can identify him. You know, I swear it was him that I saw going into that house at that time. Never know.
It's very possible. And honest to God, I hope that they do have something like that after what this guy's been through and his family has been through, and the families of the victims have gone through, hoping to see that this is him. I hope they have something to prove this so that we can get through this and get this over with and get some kind of justice and a little bit of closure for the families, knowing that they have had the right suspect in custody and that things are going to be done the right way. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying with this one.
Before I hop down, can I share like
Yes,
a real
sir.
quick personal story?
Please do. Always
A
love
true
hearing
story.
you talk.
Well, thank you for that. So last night, you guys, I had a terrible nightmare, and it was a content creator was, when I woke up in my dream, there was a content creator hovering above me with a phone, threatening to expose all kinds of terrible lies against me. That's it. That's my experience.
Thank you for the story, my friend.
Thank you.
You're great, Eddie. I love it. I love it. Thank you again, Eddie. I appreciate you. Willie, thank you as well. Great show today, guys. Again, guys, everybody, you know, we know what's going on in Idaho to an extent. And again, we're not going to get any more than that until we get more than that. Facts being, sadly. But we really need to focus in on what's going on in Delphi. It's horrible, folks. We need to make it a priority right up there with Idaho. That's why I do both of them at the same time, because I know people want to talk about one and people want to talk about the other one. We really got to focus on what's going on in Delphi. It's crazy. It really is. It's not healthy. It's not good. And in a lot of ways, guys, it's not legal in my opinion. So that's what this was about, and we'll continue to do it. Tomorrow is a Wednesday, the 22nd. The day after that is Thanksgiving. Obviously, I won't be live on Thanksgiving because it's Thanksgiving. Tomorrow, I don't know, since it's the day before Thanksgiving, maybe we'll have a little bit of fun tomorrow. It is my birthday, the day before my birthday as well. So maybe we'll just hang out and do whatever tomorrow. Thank you guys all so much for joining me today. I appreciate y'all so very much. I appreciate all the kind comments. I have not seen that, Dakota. I have to look that up. The update with Chad Dorman. That's a good point, Sherry. They keep talking. Nothing yet. They keep talking about suspect vehicle 1. I'd like to know which vehicle number 2 is. I've always said that. Why did they classify it that way rather than saying that's the vehicle, period? You know what I mean? So I don't know. So I will be live tomorrow. Like I said, maybe we'll have some fun tomorrow. Since Thanksgiving's the next day, and my birthday is the next day. We'll see what happens. Exactly, Nikki. Exactly. Absolutely. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate you all very, very much. Thank you, American Princess. I appreciate that as well. Trial set to start. Early July 2024. He pled not guilty in the DP. Oh, I figured it should be. It should be. That case is just a ball of craziness. Same to you, Carolyn. I hope you enjoy yourself. If I don't see you guys, I'll talk to you guys, most of you guys, tomorrow. Happy 21st. That's right. I'm 21 again, guys. How about that one? Can you tell? Yes. Just kidding. It's very hard to, American Princess. It's a rough one. Rough one. Yes, thank you to everyone in chat. It's been very polite today. You guys are absolutely amazing. Now go subscribe to Dinky's channel. That's right. Love you, Dinky. Appreciate you, brother. All the way around. Thank you to you. Absolutely, Jesse. I hope to see some of you guys tomorrow. Bad news. My dad doesn't like White House Farms donuts. Why? What is wrong with him? I don't blame you, Walt. I don't blame you at all. They're trying to allow felons to have served their sentences to be allowed on a jury. That's interesting. Definitely interesting. Did you see the new Nicola Bully stuff? Police caught some crap. They should have. They need to, because they didn't handle that case right. They did not handle that case right, Dinky. I absolutely will tell you that. Thank you, Josie. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate that. All you guys, thank you very much for being here with us today. I hope you enjoyed the show so very much, as I did. I appreciate everybody's input in chat. The chat was amazing. Yes, thank you very much again, Miss Brandy. She put up a birthday wish to me on our TikTok channel. I appreciate you very much for that. Very, very much. Thank you very much, Nikki. Appreciate that. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Guys, I hope you have an awesome rest of your day. I don't know if you'll see me tonight or not. You'll see me tomorrow for sure, around the same time, same place, same Dago. And I don't know what we're going to be doing. Like I said, maybe we'll have a little bit of fun tomorrow in some sense and just hang out. Celebrate the fact that I'm almost 50. Not quite, but almost. And there's Dinky's link right there. Thank you for that, Dinky. Or for Rach. For Dinky. Thank you. But either way, I will see you tomorrow. You might see me tonight. Who knows? Depends on how bored I get. Other than that, guys, have an amazing, amazing, amazing rest of your day. Don't change a thing about yourselves, because you are the beautiful people. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye, everyone. Love ya.